And prior to roll call, I'd like to make a few announcements. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N-2920, dated March 17th, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com and on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for an item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers. Emails and voicemail messages received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 5 p.m. and prior to the close of the public comment period for the agenda item will be read into the record by the City Clerk, and any voicemail messages received will be played by the City Clerk. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. And now I'd like to ask the City Clerk to proceed with roll call.
Councilmember Clark?
Here.
Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember Matichak?
Here.
Councilmember McAllister? Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Here.
Mayor Abikoga?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move on to item 3, presentation, and we have item 3.1, a proclamation recognizing National Volunteer Appreciation Week, which I think is very appropriate in light of the situation that we are under. I am really have been really quite overwhelmed and heartwarmed, if that's a word, by the outpouring of support and folks wanting to help out and volunteer with various organizations, helping those in need, and just helping your neighbors. And so I think this is perfect that this week happens to be Volunteer Appreciation Week, and so I would like to read the proclamation. Whereas National Volunteer Appreciation Week was established in 1974 to celebrate the impact of volunteers in their respective communities, inspire others to serve, and whereas the City of Mountain View is proud of the over 660 volunteers who serve the community with pride and commitment and help make Mountain View a great place to live, work, and raise a family, and whereas CERT volunteers train in disaster response skills, library volunteers stock shelves and read to children, Deer Hollow Farm docents teach people of all ages about the farm and Ohlone history. Center for the Performing Arts ushers assist attendees with finding their seats. Shoreline at Mountain View volunteers remove invasive weeds. Teen Center tutors assist with homework and college prep. And Senior Center volunteers greet patrons and support the technology room. And whereas the City of Mountain View has numerous community events that thrive due to volunteer participation, and whereas the City of Mountain View recognizes and thanks the men, women, young adults, and teens that have given more than 45,000 volunteer hours over the past year. And whereas during these unprecedented times, we express our sincere appreciation to the many volunteers who have emerged to support core services in our community. Now, therefore, I, Margaret Abikoga, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, take great pleasure in congratulating the volunteers of the City of Mountain View and do hereby proclaim April 19th through April 25th, 2020 as National Volunteer Appreciation Week, and convey my sincere gratitude and appreciation for the volunteers' commitment and dedication to the Mountain View community, signed and sealed this 14th day of April 2020. So I'm 1 week early, but I would say that every day is a volunteer appreciation day, especially right now. So thank you to all of our volunteers in our city. And with that, I would like to move on to item 3.2, ties in well, segue into a COVID-19 update by our city manager, Kimber McCarthy, and I just want to, again, I think we are all very appreciative of the amazing work that our city staff is doing, really going above and beyond in providing assistance and relief efforts, and I'm really, really very proud of what our city has been able to do in such a short amount of time, and I want to thank our city manager for her leadership. And with that, I'll hand it over to Ms. McCarthy. Ms. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members and everyone else on this call. I have a brief presentation that I put together that really I wanted to inform not only the City Council but also the public on quite a few of the efforts that we've been able to accomplish just in the last time since we've met. So it has definitely been a very fast-moving situation with every day we have new information and new changes. And as the mayor said, I think I feel particularly grateful and proud of the work that our city staff is doing on a daily basis, 7 days a week, and really just rising to the occasion and here to serve the community. And so I think the other thing that I wanted to note is today marks 1 month since we've been sheltering in place and since we closed our city facilities. And it's remarkable when you think about it. I think most of us could say that time has both flown by and stood still at the same time, I think depending on the hour. So with that, I'm not sure if you can all see the presentation on the screen, so I would ask that be pulled up if possible. Otherwise, Lisa, City Clerk, can they see the presentation? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so you can go ahead and move to the next slide. So the slide that I wanted to highlight first really talks about our citywide teams. So since this crisis has started, one of the core things that we have wanted to make sure that we do is to create this sense of fast teamwork and collaboration to respond to the crisis. So there have been 5 teams or task forces, if you will, that have been formed to serve our community and really react to the crisis at hand. As you all know, the Strategic Communications team has been working very hard to inform both the public and our staff on all of the efforts that are underway, as well as really trying creating dynamic content that the community can learn from and can also interact with our staff on. The Employee Redeployment team, which is led by our Assistant City Manager, Audrey Seymour Ramberg, and our HR Manager, Sue Rush. This team is focused on getting employees that would not normally be working in certain departments or on certain tasks or initiatives and redeploying them to other pressing and crisis-related tasks. So they've been working very hard at shifting staff around and really looking at staff skills and abilities so that they could work on other tasks that they might not normally do. The other team we have, which is led by our Assistant City Manager and Community Services Director, is working on CARES Act and legislation updates. So what this team is doing is making sure that they are tracking essentially what the federal stimulus package means not only to small businesses but also workers and individuals. So the goal for this team is to compile the information in a way that's easily digestible, that we can put on our website, which a lot of the information is on our website, but also for our staff who have a lot of questions about what it means to them, and also our community members in terms of if they're a small business or an employee or just an individual, what is available to them and what programs are out there, both at a federal and state level. The other team, the homelessness outreach team, this is not a new team. This is a team that has been working in close collaboration for several years now. but has really ramped up efforts over the last few weeks, and I have another slide that I'll talk about that a little bit further. But this team is led by our assistant to the city manager, Kimberly Thomas, and they really are kind of, I think, the heroes, staff heroes in terms of what they're working on now to help our most vulnerable population. And this team, I think, is very focused on creating new and innovative ways that we can help our most vulnerable population, and also, you know, as I mentioned, things change on a daily basis, reacting to the needs that are arising. And then the last team, the Community Assistance and Small Business Outreach team, this is led by our Library Director, Tracy Gray, and this team, which I'll talk about on the next slide, is focused on helping the community in terms of any questions they may have. So we've created essentially kind of a quasi-call center where people will be able to call into the Mountain View main line and reach a staff person on the other end if they press 0. And it is our library and community services staff that will be assisting the public with any questions. And they'll also be doing small business outreach to businesses and making sure that businesses know about the programs and funding that's available to them. So these teams have been just working round the clock over the past few weeks on all of these initiatives, and that will continue as we move forward in this crisis. We can move to the next slide, and this is basically just a reiteration of what I said, and I want to make sure that the public also is aware of the main line number, 650-903-6300. Pressing 0 will get you to live staff help. You can also stay on the call and press whatever number is commensurate with the department. If you know you need to reach a certain department, you can do that as well. But as I said, this is really for community questions, resources, any guidance on where to find things online. Staff's here to help. I also wanted to provide an update on our Together Mountain View donation portal. So it's very heartening to see the generosity of our community, and I really think the sentiment of coming together and helping each other and helping our neighbors, it's really been tremendous. So you can see that the total amount we've received so far, and this is as of this morning, is $74,264, and it's almost equally split with donations between the rent relief and the business relief program. And you can also see that this represents about 424 people that have donated, which is incredible to think that that many people have donated, as I said, to their neighbors and fellow members of the community. So this I expect to grow further, and we're very happy that we've been able to do this to help these efforts. And I wanted to also give some data points on the efforts that the team that I mentioned previously, the homeless outreach team, and the staff that are working with our community-based organizations and our faith-based partners and the county on all of our efforts for our homeless and unstably housed residents. So just really quickly, top level, we've taken more than 50 actions in the past 2 weeks to help the homeless and unstably housed. And just as an example, in the past couple weeks alone, we've added 15 portable restrooms and 18 wash stations, hand washing stations around citywide, around the city. We've opened the Aquatic Center restroom. Police department staff, along with Community Services Agency and other faith-based organizations, passed out hygiene kits, 445 hygiene kits, 300 disposable masks, 170 food gift cards over this last week. We've also opened a safe parking lot on Wednesday. Our 24-hour shoreline safe parking lot was opened, and the remaining 2 safe parking lots on Evelyn and Terabella will be open shortly. We're also focusing on providing the mobile shower and laundry service, working with Hope's Corner to reopen their shower service. We're also providing solar cell chargers, Wi-Fi, hotspots are in the works, and we're also working with a number of community-based organizations on food distribution and meal delivery efforts. So there has been a significant effort underway to help our most vulnerable population. And so this slide, what I wanted to do was share with you the interactive crisis resources map that our communications team has developed. And this map is available on that website on the top, mountainview.gov/COVID-19 Homeless Services Map. And this map is updated daily as information changes, and you can go to the website and actually see the locations where our safe lots are, the portable restrooms and hand washing stations, different food resources, and also all of the free city Wi-Fi spots. So I wanted to highlight that as well. That is a new map that the crisis team has put together in the last few days. And the other thing I wanted to highlight was just the changing nature of our libraries. As people are staying at home, they're also using our library services more often. And the library has added 500 new ebooks and e-audiobooks, Flipster digital magazines. I believe it's around 30% to 40% increase in the digital magazines that are being read as compared to last year. We also launched the digital story time on Facebook Live this Friday, and there were over 1,000 people that have viewed that digital story time. There's also free access to the New York Times online through the library. Also, there's a wide variety of online learning resources for kids and children, a variety of education levels. And something else that I think is really interesting that we have is there is an app, or I guess I should say a website where you can learn how to speak up to 70 different languages, and it's self-taught courses through our library. And if you go onto the library's website, you'll see links for all of these items. But our library is absolutely here digitally to serve our residents, even though the library itself is closed. Then the other thing I wanted to mention is that our small business microloan program will be launching soon. And I wanted to ensure that people had the ability to know which resources that they needed to email to get on the interest list, the microloan interest list, and that is SM COVID-19 help at mountainview.gov. We also have an online survey right now on our website that is live, where we are asking for Mountain View businesses to help us understand or know more about what the impacts have been to them specifically. And that link is through our open town hall on the city's website. So if you go on the business resources portion of our webpage, it will lead you to that survey. And then also, just in the past couple days, the county has launched a hotline for small businesses and workers, where you can call 408-809-2124 to find out about more resources that are available to small businesses and workers. So that would be, federal resources and state resources. And then I also wanted to mention that the census is still underway, that it has been extended to October 31st. So we want to make sure that our community knows that even though we are in this crisis, we are still working through the census and making sure that our numbers count, which is very important as we look at the federal funding that not only local governments but the state has access to, and obviously just also making sure that you're heard and that we count all of our community members. So I just wanted to make sure that people know that that's been extended through October 31st. And then another item that I wanted to make sure that people know is that next Thursday on April 23rd at 4 o'clock, the mayor and I will be holding a virtual town hall for folks to be able to ask any questions or provide feedback to us on what's happening now. And more information will be coming out soon about this, but I wanted to make sure that the City Council and the public know to save the date for this. And lastly, this is just a reminder that you can text MV COVID to 22828 and sign up to get the community briefing right to your email 3 times a week. So that has not changed, and that is continuing for our community. And that's really a summary of the efforts in just the last week or two. And I'm open to any questions, and I do plan on presenting an update every week as we continue for the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. We have a question from council members. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. So first, thank you for the update and for the tremendous work that you've done. I think just appreciating the magnitude of the challenge. Your rapid response and attentiveness to a lot of different has been remarkable, and I'm very grateful personally for what you've been able to do, and I have no doubt the council feels similar. But I did want to just check really quickly. Do you have a time frame for when the VTA and Terabella state parking lots are expected to be open and operational?
I know that staff is working on some of the contract details for that, and I expect the lots to be open hopefully in the next couple weeks. I would ask Assistant City Manager Audrey Seymour Ramberg to weigh in if she has any more specific information on the date.
Not a more specific date, but I am signing contracts today, which means that we would be able to open, as the City Manager said, in the next week or two.
Thank you. And then we've gotten some correspondence about making available some additional public restrooms, including Eagle Park and a few others. And I know staff made some accommodations at Ringstorf. Can staff share, from your perspective, the feasibility of opening additional public restrooms and maybe some of the challenges associated with doing so?
Sure. So, yes, we are aware of the questions about opening some of the public restrooms, and we have opened the Ringstorf restroom, as you noted. And at this point, this is a staff capacity issue. Right now, most of our staff are sheltering in place, aside from our essential employees. And we do have a contract service that is helping us with our janitorial needs. And this is something that our park staff are assessing right now, but this is certainly, I think, a consideration that we have to take our capacity, our staffing capacity, as well as safety considerations in consideration. And it's also another reason why we've provided just a large number of portable restrooms and hand washing stations throughout the city and placed them in areas where they were most needed. But at this point, our park staff is assessing that, but I do not have any answers, firm answers on whether we will be able to open any further bathrooms at this point.
Thank you. And the final question, I know staff has also been working to increase availability of showers, and I know there was some work being done with the county and Home First, I think. Can you provide an update on progress related to additional showers?
Absolutely. So we do continue to work with Community Services Agency, CSA, on providing mobile shower and laundry services through our Dignity on Wheels service. And as you can imagine, Dignity on Wheels is stretched very thin right now. They have a lot of requests in other places. And so at this point, we are looking at not being able to expand that service, but instead we are working with Hope's Corner to reopen their shower service weekly. So that will be in addition to Dignity on Wheels, and we also continue to explore other shower services. So even though it is a challenge, nevertheless, staff is still continuing to look at other options.
Very much.
Councilmember McAllister.
You're on mute.
There we go. Doggone it. Go along with Lucas's question about showers, and you said the concerns of staffing. Are there any? We have down by our exercise room at City Hall. There's showers that are available that are shut down right now because of the virus. I would suspect that they are taken care of by our janitorial service. What roadblocks do we have of opening up those showers? Or what requirements that if the showers are open, do they have to have certain cleaning and disinfecting and so forth? So answer that question, first of all, what's required if a shower is open up? And then why can't we open up those showers right now by the exercise that aren't being used at all?
So there are stricter cleaning requirements. When you get into hygiene needs with showers, especially now with the spread of the virus, there are very strict janitorial, precautions and thresholds. There are, that I've heard, places that are offering shower service where each time someone goes in for the service, staff are going in with full protective gear and have to clean and disinfect both before and after someone goes in, before the next person goes in. And then I would also ask our Public Works Director, Dawn Cameron, to speak to that further. But there are significant considerations just in having the ability to clean those before and after they're used by each individual. But I would ask our Public Works Director to speak to that further.
Thank you. This is Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. Yes, that is true. We would have to set up a system, as we've been exploring, to have the showers cleaned and disinfected after each and every use. And I'm aware that Community Services Department, working with Assistant to the City Manager Kimberly Thomas, has been investigating how to acquire such services and working through Dignitary on Wheels, I think it's called, as well as providing such services. Two concerns with trying to use our own showers here. One is building security. Again, if we would have to make sure somebody's here all the time watching what's going on because we're letting them into our building, and that's one issue. But the other issue you may not be aware of is those locker rooms are in significant need of rehabilitation. It is in our CIP to start working on next year to rebuild those shower facilities, but they are in poor condition. They have tiles falling off, and I don't think they're in a good state to start letting the general public use them.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I so appreciate everything that staff is doing. It's a lot, and I can imagine a lot of effort has gone into this. So thank you very much for all that you've done. I had asked a question in the council questions, but I think it's probably a better time to bring it up now than later. And that's the fund that the county has. I asked how many people were able to take advantage of that fund, and it was a very small number. And I'm wondering, do we know any information on that county fund? Why is it that so few people from Mountain View have been able to take advantage of it? Is it because they don't know about it, or they didn't apply, or they didn't qualify? It seems like another resource for our residents and businesses that really hasn't been leveraged.
In terms of the county fund, that fund began with an $11 million I guess, kind of seed funding, and the funding was depleted after 3 days. And I think the need was so enormous that they certainly are not and were not able to take care of everyone who applied for any assistance. There are significant fundraising efforts underway right now, and the goal for that fund is to raise $75 million countywide. And in terms of the Mountain View community members receiving that, the data, I do not believe, has been released with much of a breakdown on who is receiving that funding or where the folks are. I think there is some very preliminary data, which is the information that you're speaking to, but that full set of data has not yet been released. And I would ask our assistant city manager to add to that if she has any further information, but I believe at this point it's just finding out the data.
Okay, I'd love to figure out a way that, especially if they're going to raise $75 million, that our city can receive more of that funding for our residents and businesses. And I don't know how to go about doing that, but you know, that's a lot of resources that we should be able to leverage. Thank you.
I can chime in on that. So the Silicon Valley Strong Fund, I think that's what you're referring to. So initially, we were all the cities were invited to participate, but there wasn't a lot of discussion as to how the funds would be dispersed throughout the region outside of San Jose. And so a number of us have been just sharing our concerns. My perception of the fund is that the funding has been going to like the nonprofits like Sacred Heart Community Services, which tends to be more San Jose based. And so the nonprofits outside of San Jose, I don't think has been able to access very many funds. So as a result, and I got some preliminary numbers actually this afternoon, and it shows that, and this is actually not, I don't think this is how many have been assisted, but how many have applied. 4,374 applications have been submitted. And just for reference, like Mountain View, we had 126 applicants, Sunnyvale 141, and San Jose 3,267. So, but this isn't how many have been granted. I'm going to assume it's a much lower number than the applications. And some of us have expressed concern about this. So we've been invited by the Vice Mayor of San Jose, Kathy Jones, to participate in a working group, and we're going to be talking on Friday about some of these issues that have come up. And so I think his interest is that we try to work together more closely. But to be frank, we started our fund really as a result of interest in our community, wanting to give back to our specific community. And so I'm not really sure at this point how we're going to interface because, we're being asked to get the word out, help with the fundraising, but, I've been very clear saying that my priority is going to be Mountain View. So I will keep you posted on what transpires from that conversation, but that's sort of where we are.
Thank you. My priority is also Mountain View, and so I want to make sure that we either get our fair share of resources from that fund or we just do this on our own. Thank you.
Thank you. We have more questions. Vice Mayor May?
Great, thank you. I was going to wait on this question, but since I see Tom on now and we're talking about it, I know that the Silicon Valley Strong is being administered by the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, which is here in Mountain View. And one of the parts of the fund is the nonprofit assistance funding.
Right.
And so I know that a couple of our Mountain View-based nonprofits are applying for it. I don't know if you were going to speak to that when we talked about it later on in the agenda, Tom. But I know that that there's been engagement there from a couple different nonprofits, and I don't know if that's also been the funding source since Councilmember Matichak brought it up. I thought it might be helpful just to ask.
Sure. We've engaged, and I can go into CSA's fundraising around this, and we've been probably doing the most aggressive fundraising that we've ever done around this. And I can give you a little bit of an update on that when we get to 7.2. But yes, we have been engaging Silicon Valley Community Foundation and others. And Margaret, I have plenty of input for you for your Friday meeting if you'd like to connect before you go, because there has been a real concern about those of us on the northern and southern parts of the county that the way that that initial $11 million was put out there was really, I think, because they centralized it so much in San Jose, and that's not to take anything away from San Jose and the needs that are in San Jose by any means, but because they centralized it rather than doing what they usually do, which is put it out to all of the EANs, the Emergency Assistance Network agencies, I think that put people in the northern and southern and other parts of the county at a little bit more of a disadvantage because they may not have known who Sacred Heart Community Services was, or they may not have known about the more centralized aspect of things that was so out of the norm, because usually destination home funding goes to all of the EANs.
Happy to chat with you, Tom. I'll be sure with your call. Thank you. Any other? I have one more hand. Councilmember Hicks. Can you unmute yourself, Councilmember? Here, let me see if I can.
There. Now, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. It was a two-part button, sorry. So I share the concerns that Councilmember Matichak brought up, and my other concern is that the funds that we have set up that we'll talk about later in this meeting, I'm afraid won't meet all the needs. So I'm very concerned that even if we weren't able to access those funds very well in the beginning, that we take steps in the future. In particular, maybe the people who've applied to the Mountain View Specific Fund, if funds run out, maybe we can pass that same queue of people on to Silicon Valley Strong. I would just, it may be a matter of outreach and what our residents are familiar with, but if we can't serve all of those residents, I really would like to link into the larger countywide effort, in part because I think that's the way cities are not really set up to be social service agencies, so I think in pandemics like this, we really do have to make sure that we're taking advantage of what the county, the state, and the federal government are doing, and this is one case in which I think we should be very sure that we're doing that. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments? I just want to reiterate thank you to our city staff. It's been tremendous work, and we did a little comparison at our last Cities Association meeting, and I'm confident in saying that I think our city has done way more than most cities our size and even those bigger than us. So, I get a little competitive, but this is all about helping those in need. So I'm very appreciative and proud of our community. So thank you. All right, we will move on now to our consent calendar, item 4. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? I don't see any hands. So we'll now go to any member of the public on the line would any member like to provide comment on a consent calendar item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. The city clerk will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. I'm going to check the attendees list to see. I don't see any hands up. City clerk, do you have any public comment?
I do not. No emails and no voicemails, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. In which case, I will now close public comment. And I'm sorry, do not read the rest of this. I will read this email, and this is going to be for every item on the agenda. Emails received by 5 p.m. forwarded to City Council. City Clerk, I just checked with the City Clerk, so okay. We are good to go here. So if there's a motion, Councilmember Clark, is that a motion?
Yeah, so I'll move the consent calendar, which includes 4.2, adopt a resolution approving the final map of track number 10517, 2005 Rock Street, accepting dedication. Making findings is required by the City Code to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.3, adopt a resolution of intention to vacate public easements at 355, 365, 401, and 415 East Middlefield Road to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a date for a public hearing to consider the vacation for May 5th, 2020. 4.4, adopt a resolution approving the final map of track number 10525, 1950 Montecito Avenue, accepting dedications and making findings as required by the City Code to be read in title only, further reading waived. And 4.8, adopt a resolution adopting a list of projects for funding received from Senate Bill 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017 during fiscal year 2020-2021 to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. And Councilmember Matacek?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this motion for the consent calendar? Motion by Councilmember Clark, second by Councilmember Matacek. I do not see any hands, so all those in favor, please say, I guess we need to take a roll call vote. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matacek?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Abakoga?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on non-agenda items? If you are attending, please raise your hand using the button at the bottom. And let's see, let me make sure I read everything else. The city clerk will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. And emails received by 5 p.m. were forwarded to the city council. And I see 3 members on the attendees list. City clerk, do you have any other members of the public wishing to speak?
Let's see. Actually, Mayor, if you'd like to start with those that are on the list, I can take a look at the list after.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
And I will start, and I will, let's see, I have 4 now. So I'm going to give everyone 3 minutes, and I will start with Charlotte Quinn.
So do I just unmute?
Hello. So please use city employees as disaster service workers to enable all public restrooms to reopen and clean showers. I'm a city employee in a jurisdiction nearby. I worked as a DSW last week. It was super rewarding. Honestly, it's a privilege because we're getting paid. We have an opportunity to make a significant positive impact on the community. We were cleaning up like milk that had spilled from the toilets. We can clean stuff. So, and I'm working remotely and still able to work as a disaster service worker 1 day a week. So there's plenty of staff available. Please reopen restrooms and clean those showers. Mountain View also needs to immediately house anyone who's unhoused in hotels, in vacant housing, in motels. This is not only the most humane response to anyone experiencing housing, but it also reduces demands on emergency services significantly, especially emergency rooms. My boyfriend is an ER nurse in Oakland. They've taken imperfect, but at least some measures to house the unhoused, and it's significantly reduced the demand on the ER. It's enabled his hospital to remain on top of demand for services better than others, and this is really critical to the success of hospitals, not to mention just the moral thing to do. Please increase the number of safe parking locations. Make them all 20. Again, if you need staff, get disaster service workers. Start hiring people to do these things, please. And please ensure that the police do not start penalizing those who are not wearing masks or restricting. Please make sure that they distribute masks instead. There's already been an increase in police brutality and community harassment against people who aren't wearing masks throughout the country. Obviously, very difficult to obtain masks right now, and a lot of people, they can't make their own. We can't assume that everyone can make their own. And last thing I want to bring up is concerns on mobile home protections keep getting pushed off the city agenda. Please bring them back on. It's still important to be discussing, especially now. We're seeing a lot of people in mobile homes lose income, and they're at risk of becoming unhoused as well. But please, use disaster service workers. It's honestly wonderful. I'm so happy to be able to do it in Santa Clara. Please do it in Mountain View. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was muted. So we will now go on to Stephen Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank the City Council for doing whatever you can regarding this set of circumstances. This set of circumstances is extremely difficult to deal with, and I understand it even more than most probably do. However, at the same time, we are now dealing with a situation that I have been trying to get people to understand for a long time. Harvard just recently introduced a study that says that as long as we don't have a vaccine, we are going to end up having to practice social distancing up until at least the year 2022. That means that we really now need to start talking about long-term plans. And right now, of course, we are currently still working with short-term Band-Aid approaches. For example, all you have to do is listen to the news on any news channel about the fact that people were trying to say that we were going to start getting back to normal in the beginning of May. No, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen for a long time. We really do need to start addressing this long term. And the worst part about it is that we don't even have situational awareness because we do not have enough tests to perform a proper survey of who is infected and how long, and at the same time, we don't know exactly how long it takes for the cross-infection situation to end. So all I'm saying is, please, I hope you're starting to get to the point where you're starting to realize we're going to have to start making decisions that are going to be for at least 6, 12, 18 months down the road. And if we don't start doing that soon, we are going to be in a lot of trouble, all of us. Thank you. And I'll give you back the rest of the time.
Thank you. Next speaker I have is Alex Brown. Welcome.
Hey, this is Alex Brown from the Mountain View Mobile Home Alliance. I wanted to say that I understand it's a tough time right now and priorities have to shift to address the ongoing crisis, and I appreciate everything you're doing as a city to take care of our Mountain View residents. But I can't pass up this opportunity to ask why mobile home protections have been pushed from your revised agenda. Our community has been asking for help for more than 5 years now, and it seems like we're brushed off any time an opportunity presents itself. My neighbors were already vulnerable and struggling, and many of them are now facing a loss of income. It saddens me that the council has not committed to acting and continues to defer. As far as community resources like bathrooms and showers, I feel like we should be working to find out any way we can do more and not explaining why we can't. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have Lenny Siegel.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. First, I want to thank the council and staff for making it possible for people to give live testimony. When we get to item 7.2, I think that will be important because a lot of us like to hear what staff presents and council asks before we give our comments to the council, so I really appreciate that. Secondly, I greatly appreciate the work that's been done by staff to provide services for what we call the homeless and unstably housed. Mountain View we have hundreds of neighbors in Mountain View who lost services because of the shutdown. They did not have access to the gyms where they took showers. They did not have access to public restrooms. They did not have access to Wi-Fi at the library. So I really appreciate what's been done, and I also appreciate the questions asked by council members earlier about how to make existing facilities open. We have a number of showers and restrooms in Mountain View that are plumbed, that are in places where there are parking lots. This includes schools, the shared gyms, private gyms. These facilities exist. They are better than portable facilities. If we have portable facilities, we have to get them clean too. So please work with the private gyms, the schools, as well as with city facilities like the swimming pools to make showers available to people. We have people who are, I believe, working in our restaurants preparing food, who are living in vehicles and don't have access to showers. Again, I appreciate what's been done, but I hope we can do more, not just for those people, but to benefit the health and safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Jesse Cardenas.
Yes, hello. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So, yes, I just wanted to related to the mobile home rent relief, I myself am a member of the Mountain View Mobile Home Alliance, and I just want to bring to light the fact that we are receiving rent relief as part of the rent relief program, but also at the same time, we're considered renters under that program. But the messed up part of it is that because even though we're part of that rent relief program, we are not considered renters under the mobile home, under the rent protection. So under regular law, we're not considered renters, so we're not covered under rent control, but we are receiving the benefits of the rent relief. So I just want to bring that to light, and also hope that the focus on rent relief for mobile home park owners is not lost, and we continue to keep that fight on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members, attendees, wishing to speak? If so, please raise your hands. I don't see anyone. So, City Clerk, do you have other members of the public?
I do not. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. So we will close oral communications and move on to Item 6, public hearings. We have none, so we'll go to 7, unfinished business, and we have 7.1, the amendment to CalPERS contract for all employees. And this is a second reading of the ordinance. We have a staff presentation. Ms. Bamberg, Assistant City Manager.
Oh, hi, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. From the Human Resources Division. Tonight's item is the second reading of an ordinance for the CalPERS contract amendment. On January 28, 2020, the City Council approved a resolution of attention and introduced an ordinance to amend the contract for all employees between the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, and the City of Mountain View. This contract amendment would allow for cost share amounts paid for by employees to be credited to their individual CalPERS account. Since the first reading, staff conducted a vote for all employees who are contributing into CalPERS. 90% of eligible staff voted, and over 99% of the votes were in favor of the contract amendment. Staff certified the results to CalPERS, and CalPERS accepted the documentation to move forward to the final part of the contract amendment process. So after Council passes the ordinance, the contract amendment will be effective 30 days later and be implemented beginning May 17, 2020. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any council members who have questions? Please raise your hand. If not, I will go to open this up for public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. The city clerk will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. And let me check the attendees. I don't see any hands up here. City clerk, do we have any public comments on your end?
No, Mayor. No emails. We did not receive a voicemail about this item, and I don't have anyone in our list to speak. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Then I will close public comment and bring it back to council. I have Councilmember McAllister.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City Council of the City of Mountain View and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System, be read in title only. Further reading waived.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes, I'll second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember McAllister, second by Councilmember Ramirez. Any other discussion on this item? I don't see any hands. So all those in favor of the motion? I will take a call vote.
Actually, Mayor, I'll go ahead and proceed with roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichek?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item 7.2, the appropriation of CDBG funds for COVID-19 rent relief program. And we have a staff presentation. Is it Mr. Wong?
Okay.
Welcome.
Good evening. Let me go ahead and share my screen with you for the PowerPoint presentation, or if Roger, you can help me out here by chance. Apologies. As any, okay, here
Go
we
ahead.
go.
You should be okay, Tim.
Okay, thank you. So everyone see the screen? Okay, excellent. So good evening. My name is Tim Wong. I am the Housing and Neighborhood Services Manager for the City of Mountain View. And this evening before the council is consideration to appropriate community development block grant funds for the city's COVID-19 rent relief program. So before I begin, my apologies. Let me go back. And so I will start discussing about the rent relief program first, and then I will talk about the CDBG funds. And so on March 17th, 2020, the City Council approved $500,000 for the rent relief program for residential tenants in response to the COVID-19 crisis. And the council, in addition, expressed support for additional funding if necessary. And as part of the program, CSA is administering the rent relief program on behalf of the city, and they started accepting applications on March 25th, 2020. And from that time, they have increased their staff capacity for the program to meet the incredible demand for the rent relief program. Here are the basic program parameters that CSA has been operating under. So first and foremost, the overreaching parameters for the program included trying to help a broad range of tenants, as many as possible, while being able to serve tenants up to that make up to 120% AMI, and that the need for assistance must be impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic. For eligibility, they had to meet one of 4 COVID-related impacts, including reduced wages, loss of employment, or if that household experienced medical or child care costs. And another eligibility requirement was that they must be a household residing in Mountain View in a Mountain View rental unit or room, so that they could show a lease agreement as documentation. But in addition, we also wanted to provide CSA staff a little flexibility. So there may be other situations where they would qualify on a case-by-case basis by the CSA staff. And initially, we were talking about amount of assistance is a 2-month maximum, again with some flexibility as determined by CSA staff, with a maximum up to $3,000 per month. And here is a summary of the activities as of April 13th, 2020 for the program. There have been over 1,400 inquiries or applications that have been submitted. Of those 1,400, 726 applicants have been contacted or are in the process of being reviewed, and there are 680 other applications that CSA still needs to follow up with. And there have been 160 households processed or who have received financial assistance. And on average, the financial assistance received is a little over $2,000. And that $2,000 was for gap rent assistance, or in some instances, it covered the full amount. And right now, CSA is writing or mailing out 5 to 15 checks on a daily basis. And right now, they have been able to make the process more efficient, in which they are able to cut a check within a week of receiving an application. So somebody submits an application, and within that week or within a week, the landlord will have a check for that rent relief. So that's pretty efficient in terms of turnaround time to get those funds out. So again, as of April 13th, there of the city's initial 500,000, 330, a little over 330,000 has been dispersed at this time. In addition, here is a summary of the AMI breakdown of those 160 households who have received assistance. As you can see, 61% of the households receiving assistance are defined as ELI, or extremely low income. 0 to 30% is defined as extremely low income. And just for reference, a family of 4 to be defined as extreme low income, a family of 4 has to earn about $44,000 or less. And over 98% of all the recipients have earned either 80% AMI or below. So in this current program, the targeted goal of protecting vulnerable populations, I think, is being met, in that this program is serving that population. And so just wanted to provide that summary, and potentially any additional requirements may slow down some of that processing time. As mentioned, it is currently about a week right now. And you had that previous discussion about maybe what other jurisdictions are doing at this time. So this is a chart of what other cities have done in terms of providing for their own rent relief program. And as you can see, Mountain View, clearly based on, if council approves tonight's funding appropriation of a little over $1.6 million, which is substantially over other jurisdictions of this size. So the discussion that the council previously had about what the city is doing for its residents is well warranted. You can see that also counties have been applying or providing funds for their programs also. This is probably our most up-to-date information. There may be other cities who are in the process of considering, but this is kind of like a snapshot as of today. And I will now segue into the potential CDBG funding. And this is just a brief overview. The city is part of HUD's annual entitlement program, where we receive about $550,000 annually in community development block grants. Apologize, I know we're supposed to spell things out, no acronyms. So CDBG stands for Community Development Block Grant. And of the annual allocation, typically the city is required to cap their public services at 15%. In other words, no more than 15% of the allocation can be spent for public services. And as part of it, we have to prepare an annual action plan to HUD on an annual basis, which we will report to HUD. This is how we plan on spending an annual allocation for this particular year. And if the city decides to change an approved activity, the city needs to go through what is known as a substantial amendment to change the action plan. I bring this up because tonight the City Council will be considering a substantial amendment to its current 2019-2020 action plan to be able to change the activity and to allocate CDBG funds towards the rent relief program. And generally, a majority of the funds must be used for capital projects, but as I will explain a little bit further, the CARES Act has provided some waivers for the city. Speaking of which, with the passage of the CARES Act, in addition to providing $2.2 trillion in stimulus funding, of that $2 billion in CDBG funding, it allowed a greater allocation of funding to public services, so we can go ahead and spend a much higher percentage, if not all, of the CDBG allocation towards public services. And it also streamlines the allocation process. Generally, there's a 30-day review period, but in an effort to get funds out faster to the community, they have minimized it down to 5 days. And these allowances or waivers are applicable to any activity as long as the activity addresses the COVID-19 crisis. And you can see there are some examples: rent assistance, meals for seniors who are sheltering in place, and temporary vouchers for hotel vouchers for homeless persons are just some of the examples. And per the staff report, these are the original CDBG allocations in which we would, staff proposes or recommends reallocating FY 2019-20 funds, prior year CDBG funds, and the CARES Act funds. As mentioned, the CARES Act provided $2 billion in additional CDBG funds, which the city will be obtaining approximately $348,000. But as of yesterday, HUD provided additional program guidance which changed some of our recommendations. Staff had been working closely with our HUD rep, and last week, the HUD rep had said that past allocations were eligible for COVID-19 crisis funding. However, again, as of yesterday, the HUD guidance stated that only FY 19-20 and 2021 funds can be used for COVID-19 purposes. In other words, the removal of the 15% public service cap and the streamlining of the allocation process only applies to those fiscal year funds. So what staff did was, although FY 2021 funds can be used for public services, what we have done is we will use 2021 funds for the rent relief program, and we are recommending $351,000 of next year's allocation. And we will use the past allocation, the $350,000 from the original proposal. We will use those funds to help backfill or fund the recommended projects for the 2021 projects. In addition, staff still recommends to reallocating 2019-20 funds and CARES Act. And therefore, because of yesterday's HUD guidance, we had to revise our recommendations based on the fact that all these different allocation pots need to be placed under the substantial amendment for the 2019-2020 action plan. Therefore, staff recommends that the $435 from the 2019-20 action plan, the $351,000 from the fiscal year 2021 CDBG allocation, and the allocation of $348,000 that will be provided through the CARES Act be approved by the council under this substantial amendment to the 2019-2020 action plan, and then secondly, to appropriate the aforementioned funds for the rent relief program. That concludes staff's presentation, and in addition, would like to introduce Tom Myers, Executive Director of CSA, and he would like to have a few words.
Sure. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, just a couple of comments. I think Tim is absolutely right on when he showed that chart of what Mountain View is doing compared to other cities. It's truly amazing. Not just for all of us to pat ourselves on the back, but I think I owe my staff a real debt of gratitude as well. We went from 3 staff members doing rental assistance to now we have 14 CSA staff processing rental assistance, and that's one of the reasons why rental assistance has gone from a 2 to 3 week process down to a 1 week process. My staff are amazing people, and in fact, other EAN agencies are using Mountain View and what we're doing here as examples for them to go to their own cities and say, look at what Mountain View's doing and stepping up, and we can all be very proud of that, as well as the work of other groups in the community, the faith-based groups and everyone else. I will say this as well. We understand that the city is putting a lot of money into this, and CSA is probably engaging in the most aggressive fundraising we have ever engaged in because we realize that this is a big effort. I've told the staff for years that we need to plan for when the next big earthquake happens. Well, this is the big one. It arrived, and we are dealing with it in the breathtakingly intense amount of need that we're seeing walk through the door. This economic displacement is not going to go away anytime soon, and that's why I think recognizing that the way that the city has and the way that you all on council have is really a testament to our looking at this. So I would like to thank you for that, and I'd like to thank all the people that are involved in that. I do think, however, that we need to make sure that we are prepared. This is not going away anytime soon. We're dealing with April rent right now. May rent will come due in a few weeks, and we may recognize that we are doing the best that we can, but the amount of need that is out there is absolutely breathtaking because we have seen an entire collapse of sectors of our economy. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm assuming that's the end of your presentation, Mr. Wong?
That is correct. Staff is available for any questions.
Great. Thank you. And I just want to thank Mr. Myers for being on this in the meeting, as well as all of the amazing efforts that CSA has provided. You've been an amazing, wonderful partner to the city for many, many years, and I really appreciate you and your entire staff stepping up and increasing efforts to get the aid out as quickly as possible. So thank you very much for that. I'll take questions from council members. Are there any questions? I have Councilmember McAllister.
Tom Myers, thank you for coming. Appreciate your time. So it says that it appears that our funding will barely, if at best, will cover April's rent. I know people are very stressed out. So from your perspective, certainty is always good to have. So the mental aspect of the unknown right now is probably stressing you and the people that you're helping. If the city was to come along and say, okay, we're going to up our ante to try to get into May, how would that affect you and affect the people that need your services?
I think it would take a lot of the concern, worry, and desperation out of the equation. I think that's one of the worst things that can be out there is, people are worried enough because they don't have income coming in, but to include the fact that, they're trying to get their rent paid. And for all of our best efforts, we may be the best city in the Bay Area at doing this work right now. I think that it still means that people are scared and they're worried, and rightly so. I don't blame them for being concerned or worried at all. So I think that if the city were to up and approve this, as well as any other future funding, would be very welcome and very much needed. People are going to be worried, though, until we get our economy back in shape and people can start getting a paycheck. And the people I've talked to, the clients that I've talked to, and I've spent time talking to the clients because I want to make sure I know what's going on. They are, concerned families that may lose their house or their apartment, or they, one woman I was talking to is a massage therapist, according to her, a very successful massage therapist, was never able to have a problem paying her bills, and then, she lived very cheaply and was able to make ends meet, and then this happened, and, no one's going to get a massage right now, and the floor fell out from under her. So we hear lots of different stories from lots of different parts of the city, but the desperation is out there, and often it's quite hidden.
So if we just pull the number just to help get the ball rolling for May, would $1 million help get the ball rolling along with the various fundraising efforts that you do?
Yeah, I obviously want to be careful what I say here. I will say that CSA is engaged in very aggressive fundraising. It's probably the most aggressive fundraising I've ever been engaged with, and so we do not want to we do not want to see this effort come up short. This year I'm the chair of the EAN executive directors, and we've all shared stories about how this is impacting our agencies, and we all know that we need to put it into overdrive on this. So a short answer, and I'm sorry, I'm getting overly long on this, John, or Councilmember McAllister. I would I would say that yeah, if you were to throw another $1 million into it, that would be great. That would help get us through May. But I have a feeling that this is going to go on well beyond May.
Thank you. And for Tim, a question with the CBDG funding. So are you suggesting that the money that we get for 2021, when would we get those dollars?
We're still working with HUD to see when those actual dollars would be delivered, but in speaking with our HUD rep, if we do keep it in the 2019 substantial amendment, we would receive those 2021 dollars sooner than later, but I don't have an exact timeline. We're still working with it.
So the whatever money that we authorize tonight, would that be immediate use?
Some of the funds from the 2019 would be immediate use. The CARES Act funding, staff has heard maybe in a few weeks, but that future date, the CARES Act funding is unknown, and the 2021 funds are all.
Okay. Thank you.
I have Councilmember Hicks.
So, yes, kind of piggybacking off what Councilmember McAllister had said, and I should back up and say this whole issue makes me very anxious. As I'm sure it makes everyone very anxious, as I want to provide rent relief, but I also see that the money is coming from our ability to provide future affordable housing. And one of the things that makes me anxious about that is that we may have some opportunities to, purchase lots and so forth as the economy changes. So I get very nervous, and I'm hoping to extend the funds, use the funding that we have as efficiently as possible. So my question regarding that is what? So I have several questions. One is what kind of screening you do. This is a question from Mr. Myers in terms of if people are able to access other programs. I hear that you're paying the rent gap. Do you ask people if they're getting unemployment or disability insurance as well? How does that figure in?
Right now, because we're trying to be as quick as possible, because people are already falling behind on the rent, we're asking them how much they can contribute to the rent, and that's been helpful because it's no longer just immediately cut a check for the entire rental amount. We actually are engaging with them on how much they are able to contribute to their own rent. And my only concern with that is that we are then kicking a problem further down the road, because they may be able to contribute some to April's rent, but maybe that's making it a bigger issue for May. But right now, what we're doing in order to try and extend the funds as much as possible is we are asking them what can they contribute. As far as getting into other more detailed questions, I would want to go back with my staff and come back with answers on that, but I do know that we are getting into how much can they contribute and what is their situation.
And do you also provide information about other programs they might apply for, whether it's the unemployment or any other assistance that's available?
Absolutely. In fact, one of the things that a lot of people, I think rental assistance is probably one of the most important services that CSA provides because it prevents homelessness, and that is so important. Anytime someone's talking about homelessness prevention, they're talking about rental assistance, basically. And we've been doing it for 30 years. It's one of the most important programs we do. It's also one of the least visible programs we do. And what we have is a whole number of buckets of rental assistance funds that we can go to. So not only are we serving the people that you're seeing in the charts today, we're serving other people and utilizing other rental assistance funds. My understanding is we've utilized somewhere in the vicinity of another $30,000 from other funds in rental assistance just for that. So if someone is more appropriate for a different rental assistance bucket, we can go to that. Or if someone has maybe needs to be referred to other services, we can do that too. That's why it's so important that they're talking to people who are a whole lot smarter on this stuff than me, the case managers at CSA. who know the services backwards and forwards and knows the system backwards and forwards. But we have about a dozen different rental assistance buckets that we can go to assist folks. So there's not just the reliance on the city of Mountain View. Now, none of them are as big or as generous as the city of Mountain View right now. So that I will say. And most of them do not provide the same amount of flexibility as what we're dealing with the city.
Okay. Good to hear. And then I have one last question, which is, I imagine that the property owners that you're writing the checks to, that's public record. Do you see? I feel that may be an opportunity for fundraising, and that it may be something you've already thought of. But if you hadn't, I thought I would throw it out there. I feel that, and there's been some discussion of this on council already, that there are landlords of all different sizes in all different situations. And some of them may be hard hit by this. Others, as many people, not just landlords, individuals, small businesses, etc., are hard hit. There are other landlords that I think can weather this, fairly easily. They're large landlords. I'm wondering if you're seeing many checks to them and if that's an opportunity to ask them to contribute to the fund.
It's an excellent point, and I'm not immune to asking anybody for money, so that's not a problem at all. I have not done the dig deep that's required to go into that. I have noticed when I'm the person who actually signs the checks that go out the door. So that's I think a very good policy to have right now, because it gives me the opportunity to actually flip the page and see the backup documentation that's there. And what I can tell you just from right now, off the top of my head, I have seen very big apartment complexes, or bigger than you would expect apartment complexes. I've also seen, a check is being written to someone who is renting a room out of a house, and that has been able to show rental agreement in that way. So it runs the gamut at this point. But yeah, I have no problem at all with talking to big landlords about contributing to this fund, especially if they're getting a check from CSA to pay rent.
Yeah, so my own opinion is that I would not feel, that I were safeguarding our tax money or our CDBG funding very well if we didn't make that request in some official way. That, this is money that could go to affordable housing creation. So I think we need to extend it as much as possible and have some sort of official ask for our more stable and larger landlords.
My only comment on that is that if it's an official ask because it's taxpayer money, that might be better to come from someone other than a nonprofit executive, someone who actually has control over taxpayer money.
Mm-hmm. That may be. Thanks.
Thank you. So move on to Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. And so I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Myers yesterday, and I very much appreciated the conversation and all that you've shared with me, and more importantly, all that you're doing. So thank you. A couple other things that we didn't talk about yesterday. I'm curious if you know, is there much awareness of the moratorium on evictions among the folks who are coming to CSA for help?
I have heard anecdotally that I have not heard a whole lot of landlords not abiding by it, and I think part of that may be because we have very strict codes in this city around what landlords need to do if they're planning to evict. I have heard from some of my partners at other who are the executive directors of other emergency assistance network agencies that some landlords, either through not knowing or understanding, or because they wanted to find out if their tenants didn't know or understand the eviction moratorium, have been asking for rent anyway, or threatening with eviction anyway. I would not be surprised if that is happening. But I know that the landlord, if a landlord wants to get a rental assistance check from CSA, that landlord needs to engage with the CSA case manager, and for the most part, most of the landlords are very good about wanting to engage because they want their rent. And so that has not been a widespread problem here in Mountain View. I do know that there are groups of people that are not covered by the eviction moratorium, and those groups of people could be at much more extreme risk of that kind of thing. But we actually, by engaging with the client and with the landlord, have been able to make sure that is not a widespread problem here. I do understand, though, that it is more of a problem in other communities.
So having that eviction moratorium, does that ease any of the anxiety among the folks who are coming to CSA?
I think it does. I think if we did not have that eviction moratorium and we got this money on March the 25th and April 1st was a few days later, it would have been chaos. It would have been absolutely horrible at CSA. And the eviction moratorium, I think when I was talking to folks about the eviction moratorium, that helped us. Not because, from any point of view other than the fact that it really helped us from having to deal with an avalanche of desperation. I think that that said, there's still a lot of nervousness, anxiousness, and desperation out there. But the eviction moratorium, absolutely a necessary tool.
Great. The other thing that we did talk about yesterday, but I thought it might benefit everyone to hear this, I had asked you if there were any changes you would make to the parameters of the rental assistance program from the city. Would you change anything about the qualifications or the criteria?
I think one of the most important things that we have from the city is a great deal of flexibility. Now, CSA does not create the priority. The people who give us the buckets of money, and this is true of all buckets of money that we get for rental assistance, they create the rules. Some say it's for 80% AMI. Some say it's only for less than 80% AMI. Some say it can go for several months. Some say it's 1 month and 1 month only. And so there's different parameters. The city staff, and all credit to Wayne and Tim, were great. When we said we need flexibility in this, to be able to, like, if someone's renting a room, we need to be able to help that person who's renting a room, as long as they can show that they have an agreement with the landlord that they're paying the rent. If they need to show loss of wages because of COVID, it doesn't have to be an official unemployment form. And there are buckets that will require an official unemployment form. We're taking handwritten letters by someone's employer, as long as we can verify it and talk to the employer that we're taking those kinds of things. So I think that I would not change the flexibility that's built into this system by any means. As far as if people want to talk about priorities and changing the priorities, that would have to come from council. But I think that the way it's set up now is set up in a way that can help as many people as possible in the fairest way possible.
Great. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll move on to Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. First, I just want to thank staff for the thorough presentation. I think a lot of the information on those slides are questions we get emails about or phone calls and texts about, so I think it's really helpful to just kind of aggregate that and put it all out there for everyone to see, so I really, really appreciate that. And then, Tom, obviously, thank you for everything that you're doing. And I just had a kind of quick follow-up question for you. So I know that the city is not the only one providing rental relief funds. Is there kind of, and please feel free to let us know if you can't share, but do you have a general idea of how much funding is going towards the rental relief for residents in Mountain View right now, just kind of from all the different sources you're getting?
Well, we started obviously in late March dealing with this. I guess it was the 17th when the emergency was put into place, and then people started losing their jobs very, very quickly right after that. And you see that we spent $300,000 plus of Mountain View money. I believe I saw a figure today that we've spent somewhere in the vicinity of about $100,000 and some odd $1,000 of other buckets, but 3 of those buckets of money that we get are now depleted completely. So so we're going to become much more dependent, if you will, excuse that word, on the Mountain View funds moving forward, because those funds are depleted.
Great, thank you. Mm-hmm. And then one of the things you talked about was the flexibility that you're able to get from the city in terms of being able to kind of fairly allocate all the funding. And so as we're thinking that the shelter in place might go longer, are there thoughts that you have to share with us in terms of being able to help stretch those dollars, or what other things we can do to help make sure that we are doing the most important thing, which is keeping people housed, right? That's, I know, a big mission of the EAN, and you mentioned that you're kind of heading that group, and I know that's the biggest thing, and so maybe a little bit of like insider measures there that the city can be helpful on.
Sure. I think ultimately it's going to take, we may need to ask for the eviction moratorium to be extended. That's down the road. I think we definitely are going to need to get more money in, and that's why we've undertaken very aggressive fundraising at CSA. I'm reticent to start putting numbers out there of what we've raised so far and what we expect to raise and so forth. I will tell you this, that we know that the city can't be responsible for all of this. Our other funders of rental assistance can't be responsible for all of this, and frankly, neither can CSA. We have lots of different kinds of safety net services that we need to provide. Although right now it's basically food and rental assistance, and that's it. We've gone into emergency mode. Like I said, this is our big one. And those are the 2 things we're doing. And so when we see the people lined up for food and going all the way out around Jackson Park, as they were today, lined up for food, that's another key priority. But rental assistance is one of our key priorities, and we are raising money, whether it's through our own portals, through the Together MV portal, and I am going to be talking, I guess, probably with Mayor Abai-Koga about this later, is we're trying to make sure the county does not forget that there are people in other parts of the county besides San Jose.
Right, yes. I think Councilmember Matichak brought up that important point, and trying to make sure that we get that attention too. All right, well, thank you very much for the questions.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez?
And just reiterating the gratitude expressed by my colleagues. Thank you, Tom, and to your staff for the work that you're doing to respond to me, and also to Mountain View staff for very quickly the program. So the council received correspondence recommending implementing some changes to prioritize, recognizing that there's a finite amount of funding, and there are certain groups of folks who are likely to be in greater need. In particular, those households that won't be eligible for any federal assistance. And I understand that there are some operational trade-offs that we'll have to be aware of. So can you speak to some of the challenges associated with implementing that kind of prioritization framework?
Right. Well, CSA can't implement. That obviously is the council's prerogative. If you guys want to prioritize specific things, we can't automatically make new rules for the money you're giving us. So if you guys want to prioritize certain groups of people over others, that's fine. What I will say is, if you want the prioritization to happen up front, that will elongate the process, because we will then have to go through the entire queue to see who qualifies for that priority service and then move them up to the front of the queue. So that will elongate the process. Now, with an eviction moratorium, that may make the elongating the process possible. It probably will not alleviate the fear and the desperation that goes along with that. So ultimately, if you wanted to throw in particular priorities, like I said, certainly your prerogative, but it will elongate the process. One thing that is possible is for you to look at if there are other ways that priorities can be set that don't include having to go through the entire queue. And I'm not sure exactly what those are or how you could do that. But one thing that's happening right now is the checks are going out quick, very quickly. In fact, quicker than I've ever seen rental assistance go out the door, because we're all just kind of putting everything else on the back burner and working on this and food. But if you did want to set priorities, there may be ways that wouldn't slow us down, and I don't know what those might be right off the top of my head. But I'm sorry. I hope that answered your question.
It did. I think we may discuss this after the public comment further. I want to touch on so I appreciate how quickly you were able to disperse funding, but just given the sheer volume of requests with 14 staff, it's, to get back to folks quickly. And I think we've all received some correspondence about that challenge. And I want to sort of get a sense from you. Are there things we can do to help CSA get back to folks more quickly? Is there a volunteer program where folks can just give folks on the list a call to say, we're working on it, please be patient? What are some things we can do to make sure that many folks who may be increasingly desperate because they haven't yet heard back are able to get some kind of response, recognizing that they're working on it as quickly as you can?
Sure. You're breaking up a little bit in your audio, Lucas, so I'm not sure if I got this, but you're asking about the speed at which we can get back to folks. I will tell you, we just had some staff from the city of Los Altos join us to do some volunteer works. One of them is a Spanish-speaking receptionist who is working the phones. I know that she has been utilized to do more phone duty. I think that everyone has gotten some sort of especially the ones that came through via email, have gotten an automated message saying, sit tight, we're going to be in touch with you. At first we were saying we'll be in touch within 72 hours. Obviously, when the queue grew to more than 800 or 900, it was obvious that was going to be blown out the window because we've just never been inundated with this kind of request for assistance. But if people are on the list, then they will get a call back. One thing that we could do, and I think that having heard this feedback that people want to hear more than just an automated email or whatever, is to get someone who can be proactive on the staff. And you and I spoke about this just, I think it was yesterday, about having someone who perhaps does not need to have visibility into the entire file, because we do have to function under HIPAA standards, and which means confidentiality is exceedingly important. But giving someone a phone call, having a volunteer give a phone call, may be something we can talk about. And in fact, after our conversation, I went ahead and brought it up with staff, so we may be able to get something going along those lines. But if we get the phone call and people do know that they are in the staff, there's not a whole lot we can do beyond waiting for them to get to a case manager. Now, I will say this. If we've got 1,400 in the queue and we've already contacted over 760 of them, which means that they're proceeding into case management at that point, that's, I think, a good sign, considering how inundated we were originally.
Thank you. And I apologize for the quality of the feed here. I'm doing the best I can. And then the final question for city staff is one of the things that I think all of us are concerned about is the demand is greater than the supply. There's immense need, and as many members of the council have pointed out, we can't about on the other side of this, particularly if there is an extension of the shelter-in-place order. Do we have some kind of plan, or has staff been thinking about how we would respond if we find ourselves, with an eviction crisis? So many folks who have some amount of rent debt built up, and the rent relief program, may not be fully, maybe oversubscribed. Or has staff thought about some kind of planning to put in place, or a programmatic way of responding to that? What are some of the things that you've been thinking?
Hi, Councilmember Ramirez. This is Wayne Chen. And then Tim may have some thoughts, but just to kind of jump in, I think we've been in the mode of putting our heads down and running really quickly on a variety of efforts. So just kind of thinking through it a little bit, I don't know that there's a magic bullet. I think if certain factors come into place, for example, fundraising is successful, maybe flattening the curve may ease things up a little bit. If there is additional funding sources through Together NV, that would certainly help. But then the notion that the eviction suspension that has provided a lot of stability, and we know there's an end date there, but certainly that may be a policy lever that could be used. I think having a little bit of mental kind of breathing space to process this is, of course, we're still working actively on the displacement response strategy, and we're working on a couple of key things there. So perhaps we can take just a moment to think through whether there is something to be considered through that framework. But I don't have necessarily sort of a magic bullet answer there. Ideally, if various forces can come together to provide more assistance, there are some policies that provide a greater sense of stability. Those would all help. And of course, we are working very closely with Tom and his team, having at least weekly check-ins to understand the caseload and the client profile. And so there may be opportunities to take a look at it and see how the funds are being spread out, and there could be potential tweaks there to kind of balance the trade-off between serving a greater number of folks or providing the folks who have already been served with longer stability. So I think that's an ongoing dialogue as well.
Thank you very much.
Before we go for a second round, I want to add a few questions that I'd like to ask. Mr. Myers, my first question has to do with the other programs and services that you're providing. And the funding we're talking about, the CDBG funding, the funding or what would qualify for funding from these funds are for COVID relief efforts. And I've been thinking about the other programs, like, you have your senior nutrition program. I'm a big fan of Meals on Wheels. So there are other programs that you provide, and I know the relief efforts have increased in those areas. And I guess my question was, where would you like this funding to go? Is it best to all go into rent relief, or should we carve out some of the funding for some of the other programs? Mainly because I was thinking of trying to reach a broad spectrum of folks, and I think about seniors who may live in a home, but are we talk about asset rich and cash poor, and I know you help folks like that through your other programs. So if you had a choice, or I guess, I don't want to put you in a spot, but I do. I do in that sense, because I do want to be mindful of the other services you provide.
Absolutely, and thank you for bringing that up, because I think that the fact of the matter is that there are hidden pockets of need that are going on right now, and we are not paying attention. And I've said this in a letter to our funders in the community not too long ago. If we have a blind spot right now, it's our seniors, it's the disabled, and it's people with special needs. And there's no question about that. I will say this. Thank you to the City of Mountain View for letting us use the Senior Center without you guys being there. The fact that we can get into the kitchen and make our senior lunches, and we're keeping the place clean, I promise. It is absolutely amazing. And in fact, just today, we started that program up again, and just today we were giving out over 100 meals to seniors in their car, giving it to them, and they can take away, or they could walk up and take it away as the case may be. You're absolutely right. There are other needs out there. We are really concentrating on rental assistance right now, and I would say that if you're getting to a point where you have to rob Peter to pay Paul, that's one of the reasons why CSA was very smart, and we built up reserves over the years, and I credit my board for helping me to do that. We need to write this out, but we also need to make sure people don't become homeless. Because if you have people becoming homeless, and you guys have probably heard this from not only me, but lots of other people, once someone becomes, it's much cheaper to keep someone from becoming homeless than it is to try and bring them up out of homelessness and into housing. So our concentration right now is on that, and I think we need to. But you're absolutely right. There are other priorities, and once we get past this emergency, we're going to need to come back and reassess all of that. Because there are seniors out there that we're delivering food to every day. There are seniors that we're delivering prescriptions to every day. There's all of that kind of stuff that the CDBG funds also go to help.
Hey.
Pardon me?
Is that someone else responding? No. Okay, thank you. My next question, so part of my interest with this program was to get funding out as quickly as possible, knowing that the federal package and whatnot, CARES Act, is moving along. And I personally don't know where we are with that, but are you seeing clients who are starting to get those checks for the funds into their bank accounts?
April 15th is when they first initially said that those were going to be coming out. So we have not seen any visibility into that, or I do not know about that. I can check with my staff and get back with you on that. My understanding, though, was that no one was going to be getting a check until April 15th. But I only know that through media reports.
Okay. I heard on the news that some folks got them over the weekend, so
okay.
Our folks have. And then my final question is, I know you serve Mountain View, Los Altos Hills, and has there been any conversation with the other cities and their city councils about their CDBG funds going to COVID relief and specifically to rental relief?
Funny you should ask that, because it's now 8:25. At 9 o'clock, there's an agenda item in the city of Los Altos that I've got my board president standing by to go do that. But we've done an ask of the city of Los. I told you we are in aggressive fundraising mode. We've done an ask that's going to the city of Los Altos around this as well. Yes, and that's tonight. But don't worry, we don't need to hurry this discussion because my board president is there. So we're good.
Also, it helps for us to be over there, too.
I'll get back to you on that, yes.
Zoom in there.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to move on now to Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a question for our city manager. That I mentioned something about doing additional funding for CSA. I was thinking about $1 million. I know it's an arbitrary number, and I know Chris doesn't like arbitrary numbers, but it's a starting point, so it sounds like it could do something. So would you be able to, if we gave you a direction to explore other funding that we could supplement this, would you be able to come back on like in 2 weeks to sort of give us a sense that we could do this extra immediate funding to help in this this crisis right now?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember McAllister. If that would be the direction from the council, I think that we could be prepared to bring something back for the 28th on options. So I am working with our finance staff right now on assessing our budget this current fiscal year 1920 and ongoing. And the update to council right now is set for May 5th, but I think that we could be prepared to bring something back in terms of what that may look like on the 28th.
Okay. So thank you for that answer. I'd like to thank everybody, Tom and all. I'd like to make a motion.
Actually, I have other questions, and I need to go to the public.
Oh, that's true. Okay, well, when you get back, okay?
I will call on you, Tom.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Matichak.
So, sorry, I was just going to echo that I'm interested in what John McAllister just said, Councilmember McAllister. But I forgot we weren't to the point where we're making comments. Sorry about that. Because I also would ask Tom to think about if we did have more money, would he want it to go 100% to rent relief, or would he want any of it, even if it's a small amount, to go to something else?
Do you want an answer now or no? This is to think about, right?
Yes. Yes.
Good.
When we get to the comments part of it, we can provide more direction. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions from council members? If not, I will open this up to public comments. And I'll read my little word again. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button on Zoom or press *9 on your phone. And City Clerk will start the timer. I see right now 5 hands up. Do you have any so far, City Clerk? I just wanted to check on time.
Sure. I don't have any emails at this time, and it looks like from the list that I'm seeing a couple of folks that signed up to speak but are not on the call quite yet, I don't believe. So maybe we can check in after the initial comments are given.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, then I will go ahead and do 3 minutes, and we'll start with Charlotte Quinn. Let me unmute you.
Hello. So I think that's the solution that's going to address these concerns about keeping people housed, relieving desperation, and not gutting affordable housing rent moratorium. The City Council can enact emergency price control on rent. For the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, City Councils can enact COVID-19 rent suspension under their emergency and police power. It's a valid and legal emergency price control. Rent relief is just landlord relief. A rent moratorium, emergency price control is going to free up this money to go to other critical needs, food, etc., and not gut these essential housing projects. Please don't take money away from affordable housing. It's going to exacerbate the wave of homelessness that Mountain View is going to experience when landlords demand back rent, thousands in back rent when this eviction moratorium expires. It's going to cause many more years of delay in critical housing supply. I work in construction. I work for a building department. I know multifamily housing projects take a super long time from start to finish. There are a lot of businesses taking financial hits right now. Why are landlords allowed to pass their business risk onto people most negatively affected by this crisis, onto the people who are most vulnerable, or the people who don't have land to act as collateral, or a business to sell to avoid becoming homeless? Their financial toll is incomparably small to a resident losing housing. Mountain View can't guarantee that a business is going to be profitable and keep paying them. What Mountain View can do is guarantee that many more of its citizens are going to be living in the streets and vehicles if they don't enact a rent moratorium. The City Council has a moral obligation to protect its citizens. And it's got an opportunity now to properly fight this crisis and enable Mountain View to emerge strong with a rent moratorium. And please, don't rely on the federal government to help renters. those stimulus checks, they're allowed to be seized by banks and pay debts before people can even touch that money. They're not able to spend it on groceries. They're not able to spend it on rent. They're not able to spend it at all. It's just going immediately into paying debt that bank has. We can't rely on the federal government. Please don't go affordable housing. If you guys enact emergency price controls, then all this money that has been generously given, that has been reallocated, can go so much further and help so many more people, not just help certain types of businesses. These landlords meet their bottom line. That shouldn't be the priority of the city council. It's immoral for that to be the priority of the city council and to keep the CSA working to do something like that when they could be doing so much more. The Law Foundation of Silicon Valley has written this out in a letter to San Jose. It's very accessible to look at how this is legal and doable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Alex Brown.
Hey, Alex Brown again. I'm very disappointed in the continued focus on landlords' income streams over keeping people safe and healthy. Rent relief is only necessary because we haven't enacted a rent suspension. If any people who operate as landlords are struggling to feed themselves or get necessary supplies to survive, we should help them as we would anyone else. Focusing on what amounts to a continued flow of revenue distracts us from real issues that we could be addressing, like the plight of those still lacking basic housing or tools to assist in personal safety. If we are choosing to handicap our city's ability to develop affordable housing in the future, we should have to meet an exceedingly high bar. The money should not go towards the bottom lines of property management companies. Thank you. Also, Lisa, can you put a timer up on the screen for public comment?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to at this time.
Darn.
Thank you. We'll go on to Stephen Goldstein.
Thank you very much. Again, I'd like to say that I really appreciate what the CSA is doing no matter what, that they are an underappreciated resource. That what's really interesting is this is at least the least dangerous situation that we could possibly run into. They were talking about earthquake. Luckily, it wasn't an earthquake, and that all the structures are still up and operational. However, for example, what I'm living with now is that in my structure, we have 10 units, but only 6 of them are being occupied. 4 of them have been subletted to a group called Zeus Living, and they are now completely vacant. And they're not going to be occupied for as long as this crisis is in place. So it goes to show how poorly the private housing sector manages things. However, the big thing I wanted to discuss is this. From what I saw in that report, only about 10 to 15% of the applications for rental assistance has actually been processed and done, and that's within the last 2 weeks. Now, if this situation keeps continuing the way it's going, the CSA is going to be always way, way behind in the process. And again, I'm not faulting them for it. This is a very large problem. What needs to be done is when it comes to the city of Mountain View, is they're going to have to understand that if it costs $330,000 to service 160 clients, and they've got 1,400 at the current level that are in the process, you're going to have to do a lot better number crunching here. And again, you're going to probably have to fork up maybe somewhere in the order of at least 10 times that particular amount that's already been paid out in the way of funding, and that may be per month for as long as this whole process is in place. The really only solution that obviously might be financially feasible for the city literally is to, in effect, put what has been argued as a rent moratorium or a rent freeze, given the fact that the CARE Act and so on does provide that anyone with a federally insured mortgage doesn't have to pay it at this time, and not incurring any interest at this time either. And that was and those are the provisions I was saying that under those circumstances, technically, you're not allowed to collect rent as long as you're getting a federally insured loan that deals with your housing project or your housing operation. So to me, it just looks like what's really going on here is that there's a major cash grab going on. that these landlords are actually now not having to pay their mortgages, but they're demanding their rent payments to be paid on time, and thus, if their mortgages are 50% more than what more of what their operational expenses are, they're getting
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Lenny Siegel.
Good evening again. First and foremost, I would like to support the staff recommendation for the appropriation. I think it's an important step forward. There will need to be more at some point, but it's good to see that happening. Secondly, I want to express my appreciation to staff and CSA in particular for the heroic work they're doing trying to help people in our community, not just the rent, but all the other services. And I was pleased to learn in the chart that was presented earlier that despite the fact that there's no means test, that the bulk of the money is going to extremely low-income people and to low-income people. So that's good news. However, I'm concerned about the long-term situation where after a few months, a whole lot of people will owe rent and have no way to pay it. The City of Mountain View and our private donors are probably not in a position to raise enough money to make up that gap. We're going to have to rely on the federal government and unemployment insurance to make people whole. There are a lot of steps in the right direction. A lot of people will get money and a lot of people won't. And I suggest that looking forward, or moving forward, that we base rent relief to some degree on the amount of money that people are not getting from the federal government. That is, those people who are getting unemployment insurance and federal stipends not be a priority over people who aren't qualified for that. So my suggestion tonight is you ask staff to come back with some sort of options for how to set priorities going forward to make sure that the people who need the money most after federal unemployment, after federal stipends, are going to get the money. The city itself cannot afford to make everybody whole, and we should coordinate what CSA offers with what people are getting from the federal government. Again, thanks for doing this program. We just got to think ahead and prevent a train wreck in a few months. Thank you.
And lastly, have Miguel Sanchez.
Can you hear?
Can you?
I'm here.
Oh, great.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to offer some kind of underground commentary of how some of our most vulnerable communities and residents are seeing what's happening. First of all, in terms of the speed of the processing of the applications, I know that we have CSAs doing the best they can right now, but so far only 160 applications have been processed out of 1,400, so that's a little bit over 10%. Even if we move as fast as 15 checks per day, as was quoted in the presentation, that still only gets us up to 400 applications by the end of April. So 1,000 people that contacted CSA will not have will not have gotten a check by the end of April. So I think there's still a large bottleneck that needs to be addressed, and I'm not faulting CSA for this. They're certainly increasing their staff, but I think we need to do something to increase the processing speed for all of these applications. Second is there were comments from some of the council members about the rent moratorium. There is awareness of the rent moratorium, but I want people to be aware that it does not 100% solve the issue, because we're not condoning rent, right? They still owe it. So for every month that this emergency is in place, and in the case where they do not get rent relief, their rent will go up 25% over the next 4 months that they have to cover that gap in rent. So if we go through April without rent relief, and then we have 4 months, they have 25% that they have to save on additionally every month. If we go into May, which is very likely, 2 months, they're going to have to, their rent is practically going up 50%. If this goes on to 4 months, we're talking about their rent being increased by 100%, so that they can save enough to cover the deficit rent. And this is under the circumstance, the perfect scenario where they go back to work the Monday that our economy opens. And lastly, as a final comment on some of the other programs that might be available for help, there are many people in their community who, although they're paying taxes through a tax identification number, will not be eligible to receive any of the federal relief funds. So the $1,200 checks will not be arriving. Worse yet, in mixed households where they have one person has a Social Security number, the other one uses the tax identification number, they will also not get the relief. So there are many programs out there that many of our community are not going to be eligible for. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. City Clerk, do we have any other public comments?
I don't have any additional members who've signed up listed on the list of attendees, but I will just ask the telephone participant, if you're interested in providing comment on this item, if you would just press *9 on your phone. And then anyone else who is participating, if they will use the raise hand feature. I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand. I don't have any emails or voicemails on this item. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I will close. Oh, actually, I do see hands raised by the caller. I don't have your name here, so please go ahead and speak.
Oh, I was just curious regarding the rent assistance. Is there a possibility to allocate the smaller amount so that more individuals could be covered? I think from the numbers that I saw, there's a possibility that the money will be, quote unquote, running out. Or is that something I thought that's already been taken care of, where the city will allocate additional funds if there's more people waiting in the queue, if you will? Hello? Hello? Hello?
You're still on. Please continue.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so my comment was, is there any possibility to reallocate the funding so that more applicants could receive assistance for the rent, but at a smaller amount, assuming that there's not enough money for all the 1,500 people that are actually in the queue?
Great. We can't answer right now, but we will probably get an answer for that when we bring the item back to council. But thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? Last call. If not, I will close public comment and bring it back to the council. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Yes. Okay. All right, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
I want to follow up on a couple of comments from the public, and they're both for Mr. Myers. So you and I specifically talked about should we allocate a smaller amount per person, and I was pleased to hear that you were already implementing that, and maybe you want to talk in response to that as well as about how you're taking into consideration if people are getting funding from other sources.
Yes, we actually started right away. We saw that we were going to be inundated with need and not have enough funds. And so we immediately started asking folks if they could contribute anything, rather than just automatically insisting that they or automatically cutting a check right away. So we did ask folks what they could contribute and if that would be possible for them. When it comes to allocating a smaller amount, you do have to be careful because if you do allocate a smaller amount, we use the analogy of giving someone half a parachute. So I don't have a problem with the idea of allocating a smaller amount, but what you have to do is then take into consideration what other sources are available for that client. Again, coming to a robbing Peter to pay Paul sort of thing. But I think it really helped us to bring down the initial response from folks by immediately asking, can you help to contribute to this, and what amount can you help to contribute, rather than just automatically saying, oh, this is your rent, we're going to pay that. It's like, okay, can you help contribute to this rent? And that actually ended up being very, very helpful. People, when they engage with case managers on this, in this process, part of that is also dealing with them in a more holistic way. And luckily, I don't think we've gotten away from that, even in the way that we've speeded up the process. We still are engaging with them in a very holistic way and able to get them into other sorts of services. People who maybe never knew about CSA before coming to us for rental assistance, well, maybe they find out that they also qualify for food, or that their grandparent can participate in the senior nutrition program, or whatever the case may be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McAllister next.
Yeah, so, I appreciate everything that I've heard from the community, but there's an old adage that our former city manager used to say is trust staff. And in this regard, I trust CSA and Tom Myers completely.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your... Now hear you speak.
I'd like to go to the others first. So, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think I neglected earlier to thank you also for your leadership with the Together Mountain View Fund. Didn't say it in the update we received earlier, but it is very heartening to see our community step up, and every little bit helps, right? It's not going to solve the problem, but it's not a problem that any one entity is able to take on solely. So all of this is going to be essential to meeting the demand for assistance. So I'm curious to hear Councilmember McAllister's motion. I agree with the staff recommendation, and I'm interested in, I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Councilmember McAllister. I think one way of responding to where I think you're coming from and what I've heard from other members of the council is including in our in the motion direction to staff to continuously assess the need, not just for rent relief, but also for some of the other programs that many households are taking advantage of, including grocery delivery and those kinds of things for seniors, folks who are disabled, there are a number of different ways that CSA and that other organizations are sort of responding to the needs and trying to meet it as best as they can. So, I think approving the staff recommendation, right, and then having staff, work with CSA, monitor the needs, see how quickly we're able to get folks the assistance that they need, and then come back with, if it's appropriate, if it's within our means, additional recommendations for additional appropriations. I'd be very comfortable with a motion like that. The only other thing is some of the ideas that we've heard from the public are good and well intentioned, but the concern I have is I don't want to slow down CSA's operation. I've heard, anecdotally and gotten personally too many phone calls and text messages from folks who are very concerned because they haven't yet heard back from CSA. And that's, again, not because of any fault of CSA, but just limited staffing and immense need, many applications to wade through. And I think if we were to, sort of change the rules at the last minute, then that could pose operational challenges now, further delay the response that many people are expecting, and then also, as you, Tom, had sort of shared, that there are some fairness concerns. If somebody's in the queue right now and they get bumped out because somebody in the new set of rules, the new prioritization, gets greater priority, that could create some ill will. I think we want to avoid that. So, all of that said, I would be interested in, if staff hasn't already, evaluating ways of making sure people don't fall through the cracks. That there is some local assistance available for folks who are not eligible for federal or state assistance. I think that would be ideal. I don't have a great way of a great solution right now, but I think that's something that we should be thoughtful of, mindful of, and as we continuously assess this program and the need, maybe there are recommendations down the road that could help substantially address the problems that the prioritization recommendations are trying to address. So, supportive of the staff recommendation, willing to consider additional appropriations, or at least have staff come back with some recommendations based on the assessment. And if there are other ideas, I'm more than interested in hearing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak?
Thanks. So I'm also supportive of the staff recommendation, and I just want to clarify, we're not limited in terms of, well, I should say we're somewhat limited, but we don't just have to use affordable housing fees for affordable housing. We have used general fund resources for affordable housing, and so I'm not too concerned about using the CDBG and other monies for rent relief, because this council has been very supportive, as have previous councils, of affordable housing. And I think if an opportunity comes along, we will figure out a way to support it, whether it be from our affordable housing funds or from other buckets of funding that we have. So I'm not too worried about that. I think I am supportive of where Councilmember McAllister appears to be heading, with directing staff to look at additional resources. And I would add that I think it would be great to get Mr. Meyer's input on, if we have additional resources, would any of it go to something other than rent relief? And obviously you don't have to answer that now because it's going to come back to us anyway. But I am interested in looking to see if we can find additional funding. And the only other thing that I feel like maybe we should talk about, and I have mixed feelings about supporting it, but I think some folks were concerned about are the folks who need the most help really getting the help? And based upon the numbers, yes, with 61% being extremely low income, receiving the rent relief. So if folks wanted to make sure no one that's in the that's making a little bit above the average AMI was getting funding, then maybe we want to consider saying, and I wouldn't say this is a change to the priorities, but it would be a change to the criteria, that you wouldn't necessarily be eligible if you made more than 80% AMI. And I think we ought to have that conversation. It was only 2%, so I don't feel strongly one way or another about this, but if folks did, I think there's an opportunity to discuss that. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
So I do support the staff recommendation. I would be fine with staff coming back with further recommendations for the future, although I would want to reconsider it at that time. I actually, not allocated at this time. I'd like to see how it affects the rest of the budget. I'm also interested in what Councilmember Matichak just raised about 80% and above, not, eliminating that category, although I also agree with it that that's not a very large element of this at this point, so it's not that important. I would actually I may be in the minority on this, but I would actually like to see staff come back with some kind of simple screening method. I do think that the majority of rent relief will come from things like the CARES Act and unemployment and so forth. So I actually would like to see some screening for that. I feel that this may go on for months and months, and I don't want to drain either all of our affordable housing funds or other funds, frankly. I think we have to look at it. So I am interested in whether there's a simple way to do that. And I also am very interested in circling back and having larger landlords who we may be writing checks to funding the program rather than taking from our budget and affordable housing program. So that's a summary of where I'm at.
I'm going to chime in before we go to a motion. So thank you to staff for the staff report. Thank you, Mr. Myers, for all of the insights you've provided. I really think that a lot of good has happened in a very short amount of time, and I just want to emphasize that for me the interest here was speed because I knew folks were in need of help now. And then the expectation was that there would be other great resources coming later. And I think we've been able to achieve that. And so I support staff recommendation. I appreciate the comments about criteria and so forth, but I actually would defer to CSA, who has done this for 30 years, and they've done it successfully. I appreciate public comment, but we have the experts doing it, and the numbers that are showing in the data that we have so far, I think is proving that we are reaching the folks who need this assistance the most. And I think the best thing that we can do is to allow CSA as much flexibility as possible in their judgment as to where the funds would be best used. So I don't at this time, especially because I guess I'm looking at it. I know this can last a while, but I think in light of there is an end, I tend to, again, be optimistic. But listening to the governor today, I think we're seeing there is an end coming, and so this isn't going to be around for, frankly, I don't think long enough for us to be tinkering with the criteria and whatnot. My interest really is to help people as quickly as possible. So the more criteria we put in and whatnot is just going to slow down the process, and you can't have it both ways, right? So for me, expedience is the most important thing, and I think CSA is really achieving our goal, our other goals of helping folks who need the most help. So I'm fine with it. I would entertain Councilmember Matichek's suggestion about maybe eliminating the highest AMI category, since there isn't a lot of takers now. So if we want to do that to kind of shorten the list in that sense, I would be open to that. As far as further funding, so I really, I understand the need. I have some reservations about looking at general fund money. And this is, we will be doing our budget, as the city manager mentioned, starting in May. But there's where I come from on this. We are probably going to go into a recession after this. And having been there before, I am very mindful of, every dollar in our general fund and how that's going to be used. And having been through a situation where we've had to make cuts and we've affected people's lives in that way, and programs that we've had to cut, or even with our own employees who right now are working, 24/7 around the clock on in relief efforts, I just want to be very careful about going into general fund money. And, affordable housing funds, to me, and this is what it's for. Yes, we have projects that we can fund, but, this is the immediate need. So I have always supported this. You know that I've been a big supporter of rent relief. And I think, frankly, those projects, they may get reevaluated too, because it's going to be a different scenario, a different situation when we come out of this. And, I don't know how the housing market's going to be. I don't know how construction's going to be. So, for me, if it's for affordable housing, I'm okay using those funds. I'm fine looking at general fund money if there is a surplus, but, I want to be mindful that we can balance our budget first, as we're required to do, with minimal cuts as we can avoid. So I would be more comfortable seeing what our budget scenario is first before looking into expending more general fund money into this. And I also want to say, I do appreciate the community and what the community has done, but as much as there's a lot of need, there's also a lot of wealth in this Silicon Valley, and I don't really think we've tapped into that. And I'm going to make it, I've been on the phones, I've been, dialing for dollars, and number one, those, all my colleagues are welcome to do that. I think that's what Mr. Myers was getting at. Yes. And so, I look at that as part of my job, frankly, to go out and do some fundraising when it's needed for charities. So, we can all participate in that way. But I do think that the community can probably come up with some more, whether it's from companies or, or individuals or whatnot. So I would like to, call upon folks and make this a real joint effort before we start tapping into general fund, and, that could end up making it more difficult for us down the road. So that's where I stand in terms of looking for more funding. So I'm not completely against it, but I just want to look at our budget first and make sure we're okay. So now I have a few more hands up. So actually, I'm going to go to Councilmember Clark since he hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, so I largely agree. I support the staff recommendation. I think if we want to add a few criteria where we're it ends up on the application where you check a box. Did you receive a federal stimulus check or not? Are you receiving unemployment or not? Things that you have information that you can use to evaluate, but you don't necessarily have to create red tape where you're going and actually verifying all that information, some of which you probably can't verify. I would be open to that, but I wouldn't apply it retroactively to people already in the queue. It would be something that you would roll out as part of your application process for the future. But like others, I don't want to create any additional red tape. And while I was initially, sensitive to some of the concerns about how we ensure that the funds are going to the folks with the greatest need, I think the data that we've seen so far shows that CSA is doing a very good job in doing that. And I don't really want to create additional red tape and additional roadblocks where if we're getting sort of by and large the results that we want. And then I share the mayor's concern about I just am not interested in utilizing general fund money for this right now. At least not until we've seen the budget and the forecast going forward. I get that tonight this is front and center and this is really important, but there are specific buckets of money for this that we should be using for it, and we should only touch general fund money for these sorts of things if that is the absolute highest priority of the city and that we know it will be going forward. And frankly, we just don't know that yet. And there are other priorities that are probably going to come up in the next 6 to 12 months besides renter assistance and charitable organizations as a result of all this that we are not going to have specific buckets of money for, and that we may decide that general fund money is appropriate for. We have to keep in mind that, heaven forbid, other terrible things could happen. We could have a natural disaster during all of this, and I just want to make sure that we're cognizant that while we're talking tonight about a very important need in our community, it isn't going to be the only need in our community. And general fund money especially is something that we need to ensure that we're using in the best way possible. And by all means, use the buckets that are dedicated to certain things for those things, especially in a needy time like this. But I don't think this is the right time without having seen the budget to be earmarking or talking about additional funds from the general fund for this particular thing.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
Third time's a charm, but I appreciate all the feedback from all my council members. And what my thought of putting an item 3 on the particular deal was just to have the city manager explore looking for funds up to $1 million. I never said that it had to be limited to general fund, but if we don't start looking at the process of saying, okay, here's potential funding, May's going to roll around, CSA is going to be sitting there with going, guys, the cupboard's bare, they're going to be scrambling, and we're going to put people's lives in jeopardy. And so all I'm asking is that we have the city manager look at it. We do have very healthy reserves. I know some of you have mentioned that sometimes our reserves are a little too big, but we do have healthy reserves. And this particular crisis has never been seen before in Mountain View or in the United States maybe since 1917. So when we're saying that we need to say, well, this or that, yes, we need to look down the road. Yes, we need to be somewhat conservative. But we have an immediate need to take care of the residents of Mountain View, that there really aren't that many options for them. If we look at, say, the state or the government, the feds, to come along with their relief checks, that could be 3, 4, a month away. These people need to know that they have a house, a roof over them, a place to stay. And that's what's very important, is that sometimes we look at the physical, but we got to look at the mental aspects of what people are going throughout. So I know I would feel much more comfortable knowing that the city was proactive to looking for the funds, wherever they may be, and that when they come up on the 28th, that we could say, okay, with collaboration with CSA and Tom, I'm sure he's heard quite a bit of suggestions on how to move the money or so forth, but I do agree with the majority of my council that speed is important, and we need to take care of the people now because we're just going to kick the can down the road if we don't give them some assistance. And we will have funding coming down the road for other affordable housing projects, but today is immediate need that we've never seen before. So when I present my motion, please consider that it's a broad look. So have them look around, see what they can do. And hopefully if we've come out and the council says, yes, we need to start looking at appropriate money, it may make some of our large corporations to feel a little bit more like, hey, Mountain View stepped up again. We better step up again. And we could start leading these other companies to say, look at Mountain View. Look at what they're doing. We better not be left behind. There was that one slide that showed what Mountain View was doing compared to everybody else, and I thank the city manager for including that in there, that we are far exceeding any city in comparable size. Our per capita contribution to this problem is huge. You look at the county, $2 million. You're looking at San Jose. We are making these people look like they are not really addressing the issue. So every one of us should be very proud of what we're doing, and the residents of Mountain View should step back, listen to what we're doing, compare what we're doing to other cities, and say, wow, Mountain View, for your size, you are incredible, and give us the benefit of the doubt to see what we can do to take care of our those people that don't have the resources. Somewhere down the road, Mountain View will come up with the resources. And so I have trust in my city manager, who I gather is in the same vein as Kevin Duggan and Mike and Dan Rich about being conservative. So I know she's not going to be going out there and giving away money that we really don't need. But we have the resources to recoup much faster than anybody else does. And so for us to say $1 million, that's not much for us, but it could be a lifeline to so many people out there that hopefully it will get us through that hump of May when we start really seeing other fundings coming in. So with that being said, I will go and make a motion that the council, and the wording I'm not exactly sure, but I'll read the slide. 1, council approval of sustainable amendment to the 2019-20 action plan to provide funding for the COVID-19 rent relief program. A, reallocate of $435,000 from the 2019-20 action plan. B, allocate of $351,000 from the fiscal year 2020-21 CDBG. C, allocate of $348,702 of Mountain View future CDBG funds made available through the Federal Stimulus COVID-19 Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. 2, appropriate the aforementioned funds. And 3, direct the city manager to explore finding additional funding up to $1 million to be brought back to the council on the 28th for discussion.
Is there a second for that? Councilmember Ramirez? Right.
Oh, sorry, I was in the queue to second it.
Okay.
I couldn't get my mute off, though.
Did you have any other comments, Councilmember?
I did.
Okay, please, go ahead.
So I do support the motion that Councilmember McAllister made. I do want to ask the question, if you wanted to add to that, should we say the maximum in terms of eligibility is 80% AMI or not?
Is that something that we could go to Tom or CSA and say, they know the criteria. 2%, but 2%, Tom, how many individuals is that when we say 2%? Because we need to know how many people are we affecting.
Honestly, I don't have an actual raw number for what that 2% represents, but I think if you did the math real quick, it's not a large number by any means. But I do think that, just to let you know, most CSA services are 80% AMI or less.
Okay.
The 120% AMI, when we were first approached about that, we thought that was great because that rents in Mountain View can be very expensive. But frankly, almost everything else we do is qualified on 80% AMI or less. So I don't know that it would be that big of a change if you wanted to make that change. It would obviously be up to you guys. I could get you raw numbers, but I know you want to take a vote on this right now. But I could get you numbers by tomorrow. But the percentage is 2%.
It's very small.
I'm fine with that. Again, I say we trust CSA and their 30 years of experience, as the mayor mentioned, that they know what they're doing. So that would probably give us more people that it would cover. That was
great.
Okay.
And then I just want to quote our mayor when we were talking about the North Bay Shore Precise Plan. I believe she said to all those other cities out there, tag, you're it. And I think that's very appropriate here as well. As Councilmember McAllister pointed out, if you look at that chart, Mountain View is right there at the top. Only one city has done more, but on a per capita basis, we are doing the most of any city. And it's kind of frustrating that the other cities are not stepping up to do as much as we are. I'd sure like to see them do that. I mean, we're doing a lot, but we need other cities to do their fair share. Gosh, it feels like we say that all the time. But anyway, I am supportive of your motion. And I think I would also add, while the city manager looks at, do we have a way of allocating more funds to this up to $1 million, I would ask CSA to come back with, and if we do have money, would they change the program that it would go to? Would any go to anything other than rent relief? Because like you said, Councilmember McAllister, I think CSA is the expert on this, and I trust that they will come back with good information. I'm very pleased with how they've been implementing the program so far. I totally trust them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? I guess I do have a question. And I just saw Vice Mayor's hand go up too, but I'll just go ahead and ask my question to the city manager. We're slated to do our budget on May 5th, and this item as a motion is to come back on April 28th. Are you comfortable with that, or would it be easier if we discussed all of this at the same time on the 5th? And that's to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So in terms of timing, the May 5th update to council is going to be an update on our current fiscal year situation, so 1920. So it won't be the full recommendation for the 2021 budget, which won't come until June. I think at this point, if we are just looking at identifying possible sources of funding and what we have available, I think it's doable by the 28th, but certainly if it's something that we want to actually think about in terms of at the same time as the update, then May 5th could also be an option. But one side of the coin is that there is a moratorium in place, and so something council members might want to think about is the fact that whether we go on the 28th or the 5th, folks will not be able to be evicted. So there is that piece of it. The other side of the point is that I'm still working with staff to figure out what the budget requests are and what our revenue sources are right now. And we do have different reserves, yes, and we do have other surplus funding from prior years. So I think there could be a way to identify other sources, but that is going to take some time amidst everything else going on right now. So I think it is doable to bring back on the 28th, but obviously more time is always better, just from a staff perspective.
So then I would ask the maker of the motion, Councilmember McAllister, are you intending on the 28th to take action on allotting more funding, or is this as they come back and identify sources?
My desire was that if they came back on the 28th and being proactive, that will help CSA be able to do their job better. If we get the information on the 28th, I think we would, if we move it to make action on the 5th, that would be fine, but at least we would have the discussion. Council could ask all their questions before that time, and so that when we do came to the 5th, that we could be, it would be a quick, concise consensus of people, among people, to help us get this moving along. As we were saying before, we want to get the money to the people as soon as possible. So I'm reluctant to go to May 5th, but I still like to, or delay any process that delays it, but I still like to see the mayor, the city manager bring it to the 28th for discussion on, and I hope city manager jump in. If we tell you to bring it to the 28th, and then we have a major discussion about how the fund's used, then would you be able to take that direction and incorporate it into your May 5th staff report?
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. Yes, we could do that. That could be incorporated as part of the update because those funds would be spent this fiscal year. So that would be part of the 1920 update. That's doable.
So, Mayor, do you feel more comfortable with that we still put it in the context of our overall budget? At least we are not delaying the process? Compromise, Mayor.
Well, I think I'll ask the city manager to clarify, but for the 5th, is there anything we were going to be voting on for the budget? Are there any adjustments that need to be made, or are we just taking this item as one item?
Yes, so the update on the 5th is just that. It's an update to council on what the current fiscal year situation is. So the intention is to bring you an update on the impacts to the budget based on this crisis. So, you know, we've all been hearing about the impacts with other cities, and staff is currently evaluating what our revenue impacts are. We do have impacts to our sales tax, and we have impacts to our transient occupancy tax, which is the hotel tax. So we are assessing that. At the same time, I have asked our department heads to reevaluate their budget requests. So all that is being taken into context of not only this fiscal year, but next fiscal year. So what is coming to you on the 5th requires no action other than to just accept the update. There will probably be some recommendations in there on how we want to think about the 2021 budget, and just some budget principles, which I don't think will be too different from what we've always done in Mountain View, which is to be fiscally prudent and to make sure that we're taking care of the fiscal health of the city. And that's certainly my responsibility and what I want to do. But going back to the 5th, it is an update about what's happened so far and where we're at in light of this crisis. In terms of the funding, should the council decide that they want to hear about options on the 28th, that would be something that we would just incorporate as part of the update in terms of, you know, what has been spent so far and what the impact to the bottom line might be. And that's really what's driving the update, is what our net operating balance will be at the end of this fiscal year.
Would it be on the 5th? Would we be able to take action?
If council directed to take action on the 5th, that could certainly be something that we bring as staff, yes.
So how would we do that? If we have the briefing on the 28th, then if we get to a consensus that the 28th is doable, would we get a consensus then and said then you would bring it back as an action item? I don't see you being able to do something on an act, or would you just say the 5th as an action item?
Yeah, I think just logistically from a workload perspective, I would prefer for staff to bring it back one time, especially because it's just a week in between meetings. We have a really quick turnaround on the agenda, and the same staff working on this are obviously responding to the crisis. So I would prefer for it to be on one day. If council decides that it's what you want to do, you could contemplate it on the 28th and act on the 28th, which means that that would be part of the update on the 5th, or we could just bring it on the 5th, and then you could take action at that time either. But I would prefer for it to just be one time. I would rather not just discuss it on the 28th and then bring it back again for action. I would rather do it all at one time.
What do we have on the 28th?
On our agenda?
Yeah.
I need to look at the tentative agenda list to double check on the timing of that, but right now, and I would ask our city clerk to help me. She might have it more handy
I'm working
than I
on it
do.
too. Yeah, let me take a look.
I have the towel in front of me. If you want, the 28th, at least the one that was from a week ago, had the shoreline at 101, like that overcrossing project, conceptual design, some text amendments for ADUs, and labor agreement.
So I'm going to make a plug for us to just do it on the 5th because, one, I would feel more comfortable seeing this item in the whole context of our budget. Two, it would be one time, so we would only need to discuss it once. And three, by May 5th, we might have some idea of how much longer the shelter in place is going to be, because the current one, I believe, is ending on the 3rd. So I would expect the governor or someone to be updating us at some time before then. So in light of that, if Councilmember McAllister would be willing to take it up on the 5th, then I think that would be ideal.
Okay, my second, Mr. Ramirez, or was it Madam Matichek? So if City Manager, so can we direct you to bring it back as an action item on the 5th?
Yes, if council decides to give that direction, yes.
Okay. Does the second feel okay with the 5th? Who was the second? Was it Mr. Ramirez or?
I had Councilmember Matichek.
Okay.
On that one.
Oh, okay, then, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So then I will, yeah. That's the motion. Number 3 would be that we direct the city manager to come with an action plan to review allocating up to $1 million depending on available resources.
Great. Thank you. I have Vice Mayor. You have your hand up?
I did. I had a question about what ended up happening with the AMI discussion. And so if the motion maker could clarify what they meant.
The AMI would be 80%.
Okay.
And then we would leave it up to CSA to administer it.
Okay.
Because they were saying, well, let me hear what your
Sure. Okay. So, from my understanding in the kind of dialogue that was related to AMI, it sounded like one of the great things about not having any type of priorities was that the flexibility that came along with that and being able to give that funding out in a flexible and fair way. And my concern is that if we change the percent of AMI now, it doesn't allow us to be as nimble and flexible as the shelter-in-place may continue. I think that the percentage of 2% is pretty de minimis. So I don't think that we need to be so prescriptive in terms of saying that it shouldn't, one of the things that you've talked about a lot, Councilman McAllister, is kind of the missing middle and those who may fall into that. And if maybe household employment changes, they may fall into that category where they're just above the 80%, but they're not able to qualify anymore for rental assistance. And I think one of the biggest things that we're talking about are ways to make sure that keep people housed. And so my concern is that if we talk about only 80% AMI or under, that we're not doing the goal, which is like to keep as many people housed as possible. And so that was kind of my concern related to the AMI percentages. So
you made a point that I forgot that I should have not. People mentioned we don't want to change the rules in the middle of the game. So if we would go with 80%, that would be for May, so that anybody that applied now would know that it's 120%. Going into May, that I think we might want to look at all criteria, so let's CSA reevaluate it. But if we were 80%, that would definitely have to be for May, not for April.
I mean, one of the things that we can ask for is maybe a little bit more information in terms of, the next time that this comes forward as a briefing to council in terms of, how many people that is or how many households that is. I think that would make me feel more comfortable in terms of, one of the things that we have kind of taken the place of is, becoming a safety net along with CSA in terms of being able to provide that rental relief until we can, collaborate a little bit more with the county in terms of broad funding and resources. And so I just feel a little bit hesitant in making any changes until we kind of flesh out those conversations. It sounds like the mayor's going to be having a discussion on Friday, and maybe we can get a little bit more from CSA in terms of what that might really mean if we just do 80% AMI and under.
Okay, what if we incorporate the 80%, stay where it is, but have CSA, because hopefully they can come back. I think Tom would probably love to come back on May the 5th, hoping that there's $1 million, up to $1 million for them, and they could give us an update, and that they need to look and review the criteria based on an 80% and what the overall effect would be. Does that sound fair to you? Tom's going to sum it up. Vice Mayor?
Yeah. If that was amenable to you as motion maker, I'd be happy.
Yeah. But you're right, that we shouldn't change the rules now, and I don't want to make Tom's job any harder than it is to say, we got 500 some still in the queue to change the rules. So thank you for that point. That's an excellent point.
Thanks.
Councilmember Matichak, I had your hand is up.
Yeah, so I guess I want to clarify. I think there's a difference between prioritization versus qualification. And I don't think any of us are saying that we want to prioritize anything, because that will require CSA, as Mr. Meyer said, go through the entire queue to figure out who meets the priorities that we set out. And I don't think any of us want to do that. But in terms of making, I view it as a very small tweak to say your eligibility for assistance is 80% AMI or lower, or 120% AMI and lower, is not a prioritization that is going to increase the workload on CSA. It's really just a qualification, not a prioritization. So I'm fine if we want to say this doesn't start until May, but I don't view this as a major change, especially since only 2% of the people who've received funding so far were between 81 and 120. Thank you.
So, can I get a clarification then on the motion? So are we changing the eligibility to 80% starting in May? Can you unmute yourself, Councilmember McAllister?
Okay. The motion is to review the parameters of 80% as it applies for the month of April. And moving forward, we will have that information to make a final determination. So what I'm asking for is that they'll look through the lens of 80 and see how that will be a true effect to going forward.
And Mr. Myers is okay with that?
Okay, two thumbs, Tom. 2 thumbs.
And Councilmember Matichek, you are the seconder. Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Great. All right. So I think we have a motion. Is everyone clear? I don't want to have to read the whole thing again. So, yes, City Clerk?
Can I just clarify, and I just want to clarify the motion also for staff and ask staff to weigh in if there's anything that needs to be included based on the revised recommendations. So what I have is the revised recommendations that Councilmember McAllister read from the last slide in the PowerPoint presentation, plus directing the city manager to explore funding of up to an additional $1 million and bring it back on May 5th. And then the most recent item regarding the eligibility of up to 80% AMI, looking at that for April and bringing back that information as well on May 5th. I just want to confirm.
No, it's looking at it for May. April is set. We're not changing the parameters from April, just looking at it from May.
Okay, got it.
No, but I think that he's going to bring back data for April for us to consider it for May.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? Everyone is clear on the motion? We'll take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichek?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yes, yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga?
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Motion passes 7-0 and no abstentions. Thank you very much. Do we want to take a short 5-minute bio break? Let's do that, and we'll come back at let's say 9:45, and we have one item after that.
You could also go Zoom bomb this out to us. This out to this meeting.
Yeah, do you have any update, Mr. Myers?
Hey, Tom, now you have a challenge to them.
Exactly. Back and forth as we speak. Apparently they're just finishing their break and taking us up right now. So
now you have them, you can say, hey, well, Mountain View's looking at another $1 million. That's going to be a total of $2 million. Where do you guys stand? So hopefully we made your job easier.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. So we'll take a break and be back at 9:45. Thanks. go ahead and resume to item 8, our new business. We have 8.1, public art approval for Mora Park and Pyramid Park. And staff presentation, is that Ms. Chu?
Yes.
Great. Welcome.
Yes. Thank you. Let me share my screen with you. I can't share my screen.
Just one moment, Tiffany.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Can everybody see my presentation? Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight we are discussing public art approval for Mora Park and Pyramid Park. As a reminder, Mora Park on your left is a half-acre park site located on Ortega Avenue at Mora Drive. Pyramid Park on your right, is an almost 3-acre park located within walking distance of the VTA Lisbon Station Light Rail stop. In October 2019, City Council approved conceptual plans of Mora Park and Pyramid Park and directed staff to work with the Visual Arts Committee to provide recommendations on public art. Council also directed staff to provide 2 public art options, 1% budget of which is consistent with the Council Policy K5 and a 2% of a construction budget option. The Mora and Pyramid Park's public art selection began in November 2019 with the request for public art proposals for each park. The request encouraged artists to propose functional public art within public park infrastructure such as benches and bike racks. The city accepted proposals through mid-January and received 10 artists for Mora Park and 11 artists for Pyramid Park. 7 artists responded to both requests. In February of 2020, the VAC met and reviewed and ranked the proposals based upon quality, durability, and functionality. The committee also requested additional information about design and functionality from the top-ranking artists and asked staff to return in March this information. Then, in March 2020, the VAC reviewed the additional information and provided by the top-ranking artists and recommended Angelina Duckett for Mora Park and Adrian Littman for Pyramid Park. The VAC selected these 2 artists to diversify the type of public art in both parks. And now I will go into both options, starting with Mora Park. As mentioned, the VAC recommended Angelina Duckett. She is providing a curved mosaic bench with an orchard theme as the top recommended choice for a 1% public art shown on your left, and a larger version of the same bench but the 2% public art budget option. The public art aligns with the park's orchard growth. Going into the 1%, there are 2 curved benches connected together with mosaics placed on all of the vertical surfaces with a natural hue inspired by orchids. The small bench costs $10,000 and is within the 1% budget. Meanwhile, the 2% budget is a larger bench concept with 3 curved benches connected together with 3 separate circular benches. This bench costs $20,000 and is within the 2% budget option. Meanwhile, with Pyramid Park, the VAC recommends Adrian Littman sculptures for the park. With the 1% budget, there is the Magic Birds art sculpture, which is a sculpture of local and native birds mounted atop a metal structure. The bird elements are kinetic and are activated by wind. The sculpture costs $30,000 and is within the 1% budget. Meanwhile, the 2% budget option has two Adrian Littman sculptures, the Magic Birds that was previously discussed, along with Shoreline Wonders. Shoreline Wonders is a sculpture with a single painted column with a bird and owl sculpture and a red hawk tail placed on top of the column, with decorated porcelain tiles showing native plants and land animals. The total budget for these two sculptures is $50,000 and is within the proposed budget. As previously mentioned, the Visual Arts Committee selected Adrian Littman for this piece to have different types of public art between the two parts. So there are also four alternatives that council could choose. If council selects the 2% option, the total public art budget for the two public arts would increase by $30,000, so from $40,000 to $70,000. It's important to note that the additional funding for Moore Park can be funded from the project's contingency budget, while the proposed Pyramid Park budget can absorb the additional funding. Another option council can move forward with is not selecting either of the recommendations and directing staff to issue a new call for artists. And the fourth alternative is to provide other direction. And so tonight there are two recommendations we're asking council to consider. One is to approve public art for Moore Park and to approve public art at Pyramid Park. This concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to councilmember comments. Councilmember questions. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. So if the council proceeds with the 2% alternative for Pyramid Park, would the art sculptures, Magic Birds, and Shoreline Wonders be placed together, or would they be at different areas of the park?
They would be placed in different areas of the park.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, question sort of go along with what Councilmember Ramirez said. Could you go back to the diagram of the two parks and sort of, was there a consideration of where these sculptures would go in the park?
Yes, there are considerations of where sculptures could go within the park. If I have an extra slide that I can show you.
Okay.
So on the screen before you is the Pyramid Park conceptual plans, and the red circles are some potential areas where the public art can go.
And
so,
why did they go there? Not, I would think something like a 10-foot sculpture would, be something that people would like to see along Pyramid Way and the corner of Infinity. So please help me understand why those spots got picked.
I believe staff looked at these locations from the perspective of this is public art that's going to be viewed by the public. It should be placed in an area that's easily accessible. So, for example, you can see on your left the two circles of where it could be placed. That also integrates the structural engineering of the piece that you can extend the sidewalk to mount it next to the sidewalk. So there was construction considerations taken into the consideration as well.
Would you be able to see it from the road? So you're driving by Infinity and wherever Infinity might eventually go across, or Pyramid. It looks to me that it looks like the trees might hide it. So are we looking community to see this visual art, or just for the local community?
If I can ask Public Works to help me with this question about the intent of this park.
Ray Rodriguez here, project manager from Public Works. I can help answer that question.
Thanks, Ray.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, there's going to be a fence, a wrought iron fence, basically along Pyramid Way and Infinity Way along the sidewalk.
we could look at putting it at the corner. There will also probably be the monument sign at that corner of Pyramid Way and Infinity Way. We also looked at possibly the circle that you see in the center near the play areas. But there's also going to be pergola around the picnic areas, the left of the circle, and then the exercise equipment also has some height. So we have a couple of items in the park that will have height. And these sculptures will also have a height. And it seems like there's just some competing things going on there that would detract from the sculptures. So we're looking at a place where they would stand out more within the park. We could look at that corner again, if you'd like, but we were going to work with the artist to locate them in the park and also with the consultants that's designing the park.
Well, I mean, even if you put them along Pyramid Way, or not necessarily the corner, but I'm just artist to be seen, and I'm just trying to understand your thought process on that. And then the second question, along with the Councilmember Ramirez, is so the birds, the owl and the bird. So there are two. So we would end up with 3 sculptures potentially in this park.
No, the second sculpture is one column with 2 birds on top.
Well, okay, so the picture, okay, then that's where I'm confused. I see a picture and I see 2 columns and 2 bases.
Right, one is the front-facing side, and the other column, which makes it appear like it's 2, is the back-facing side. So he's showing kind of the 2D perspective of it from the back and the front.
So there's 2 columns, 1 base.
Let me just go back to that. So there is 1 column. So the owl is facing forward, and then the column in the back is where the hawk is.
Okay, so there are 2 columns. Okay. And then where would the bench go in Morrow Park?
Let me just move over to Morrow Park. So with Morrow Park, these are some potential locations for the public art.
Again, the thought, why wouldn't the art be a little more visible to the third people on the street?
Ray, do you want to take this question?
Yes, I was trying to unmute there. Well, actually, these benches are somewhat low to the ground. They're 18 inches high. So with the landscaping there, you wouldn't see much of them unless we put them up against the sidewalk. So we're looking at locations where they can be utilized as benches, but also we'll situate them so that they're kind of anti-skateboard, proof, so they don't get damaged while they're sitting out there. But there's other areas we can look at in the park. These are just opportunities.
Okay. And do we have the chairman of the Visual Arts Committee? Will they have an opportunity to speak?
I could, I know he's is attending the meeting, and he has his hands up, so I will call upon him during public comment.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So the layout of the parks that are being shown right now on our screen are different in terms of the areas where art could be placed than what was in the material presented to us to prepare for this meeting. So which is this the most current that we're seeing now on the screen?
Yes, I believe this is the most current that you're seeing on the screen.
Because in Pyramid Park, Councilmember McAllister's comments about where the art could be placed are much more consistent with the layout shown in Attachment 2, which I agree with. I didn't look as much. Mora Park is also slightly different, but I think the comments he made about Pyramid Park, I agree with. But was there any discussion at the VAC about diversity throughout the city and not just between the two parks in terms of the artwork?
The VAC is interested in diversity throughout the city. I think that's something that could be potentially addressed with public art strategy. I think what's important to note here is that typically we only see a call for artists for one project, and we actually had 2 separate calls for artists for 2 parks. So the VAC in their selection process was just trying to move in a direction that had differentiating art between the 2 parks.
Okay, and was there any discussion about what really is integrated art as opposed to freestanding art?
Yes, so as part of our call for artists, we did encourage artists to pose benches and other integrated type art with I believe with Pyramid Park, there was quite a few bench proposals, but after evaluation from the VAC and also from staff perspective, the VAC moves in the direction of the Lippman piece. When staff evaluates it, we look at it from a technical perspective, structural engineering, durability. The VAC looks at it from the quality of the public art.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
Sorry, it takes me a moment to unmute. So first, my first question is, I'm sorry, the audio is better when I see you all in person than when I see you on screen like this. So I didn't quite catch what you said, Tiffany, about Pyramid Park cannot support the budget out of. Could you repeat that sentence? I didn't get it.
Sure. So, so if council were to direct staff to do a 2% option, both budgets can incorporate the 2% option. The Mora Park project can incorporate it through the contingency budget, and for Pyramid Park, which the budget hasn't been approved yet, but that can also be incorporated into the budget.
In the same way, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I couldn't hear that before. Then, second, in terms of there was a question about functional or integrated art. Is that, I'm hoping that's something that you ask, but that I guess I don't remember totally what council direction was. I would personally like that to be asked, but I think it's limiting in terms of both the quality of art and the variety of art. If we make that a mandate, I think we'll just end up with a bunch of benches and maybe a couple bike racks. And so I'm wondering, how do you remember council direction? Was that something that was absolutely mandated every time, or just something that a nice to have?
This is when council was reviewing the conceptual for both parks back last year in October, and had asked staff that it would be an option as part of the call for artists. So we did encourage artists to take that route, and we didn't mandate it, but we encouraged them to submit proposals that were integrated within the park. As I previously mentioned, some of the artists did follow that, but ultimately the VAC decided that the Angela Duckett mosaic bench was best suited for Mora Park, and then for Pyramid Park felt that the atrium littman pieces were suited for Pyramid Park. I think what's important to mention is yes, there are alternatives that council can choose tonight to do if the recommendation does not, if you're all not in agreement with the recommendation.
Okay, no, I mean, actually, the way you did it is the way I would prefer, that you call for it, but not mandate it. Thank you.
Any other council members with questions? I don't see any, so I will open this up now to public comment. And my blurb again. Any member of the public on the line who would like to provide comments, I see 2. And then if anyone else would like to, please click the raise hand button on Zoom or press star 9 on your phone if you're calling in. And the city clerk will keep time. And I have 3 members. We'll start with Jesse Cupp. Jesse?
Hi.
Great.
I just had to give permission and unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's see. I guess I'll try to answer the question about the locations first. Just want to start by saying that the VAC has put a lot of thought into those potential locations, but you can definitely ask staff to examine alternative locations and look into that. But the rationale behind those locations is that we tend to believe that public art should be focused on being more accessible to pedestrians within the park. Pedestrians and cyclists within the park can spend more time appreciating and interacting with the artwork than motorists. If you're in a vehicle and you're just kind of doing a drive-by on the art, you're going to see it for maybe 30 seconds or a minute if you're stuck at a light. And people in their cars, they often will just ignore the artwork around them because they're focused on driving, focused on the road, or they like the art, but they're driving again and they have to move on and they can't spend that much time with it. So I feel like you just kind of get more bang for your buck when you have that art placed at a more human scale and it's more focused on pedestrians and cyclists rather than motorists. And about the functional art, yeah, I like functional art. Asking for functional art can be limiting. It's definitely something the VC can ask for, but if we mandate it, we will likely see a significant drop in proposals. I like the way the current model is working, where we leave that open as an option or as a suggestion for the applicant. And then if the functional art is also the best artwork, then we'll pick that. But if there is some artwork that we feel is stronger and that the public will enjoy better, that's not a bench or a bike rack or something, then we'll still vote for that over the functional art. And I'm open to more questions or elaboration.
Great, thank you. We'll go on to our next public member, Alex Brown.
Hey again. I just wanted to express my disappointment that the Pyramid Park art isn't just an entire pyramid covering the whole park that is functional as a tomb or a giant infinity pool, to be ironic. But actually, I wanted to address a comment made earlier about anti-skateboard measures on the bench art. I would like to avoid any sort of hostile architecture or any kind of design that is intentionally made to exclude or limit use of public spaces by people. I think that tends to limit ideas, but also hurts more than just the intended audience. Also, in terms of functional art, I like the idea of functional things in general, but I feel like we should respect art for art's sake, and that oftentimes adding to the aesthetics of a space can be functional in that it enhances the experience for the people who are occupying that space, and that it is an end in itself and should be respected as such. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have our phone caller. I don't know your name. Excuse me. You are on.
Oh, hi. Hi. So I have a question regarding for the City Council in terms of the COVID-19 urgent crisis. I think another aspect of it is this disease really impacts disproportionately on seniors, and there are issues with the seniors getting groceries and food. So I think it would be really helpful for City Council to consider allocating some funds in that area on top of what we're doing with the rental assistance to help seniors getting groceries and food.
I'm sorry, we are actually talking about item 8.1, with the public art items. We've already closed comments on the relief efforts, so unless you have a comment about the public art, I'll need to move on to the next speaker.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item, City Clerk?
I have one email, Mayor, that I'll read into the record here. Let's see. All right, this is from Malia Smith. Hello, I'm writing to express concern for proposed new agenda item 8.1 to spend a combined $40,000 on art for our parks when the money could be better used to benefit families impacted by COVID-19. Art can wait. Please do not approve use of funds for an expensive bench and sculpture. We could ask community artists to donate art instead. Thank you for your consideration, Malia. And that's the only email I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will close public comment now and bring it back to council for discussion and a possible motion. Any council members wishing to start off? Don't see any hands raised. Is there? Oh, Councilmember McAllister.
I'll start the deal. First of all, I'd like to go. I'm a big proponent of public art. Everybody knows I've been pushing it for 8 years, and so I'm glad to see that we actually learned that every public works project over $1 million is supposed to incorporate public art, which was it's good to see. But I like where Councilmember Matichek once said, "Hey, let's get 2%," and I think her starting that motion was a great tribute to the rest of the city, and it's to beautify and give people something, a moment to relax and look at. My concerns with the art is fine. I like both where we're going. I agree with Councilmember Hicks that art is art. I agreed with Alex Brown where art for art's sake. But where I think it needs to be positioned where everybody can enjoy it. I mean, you go drive down the street and you can see a piece of art, and it gives you a moment of enjoyment. You don't have to sit there and contemplate it for a while. So I'm very concerned about where the proposed locations are going. I think it needs to be a little more visible for everybody to enjoy. I mean, what public art we do have, it's usually towards the street, but the way I see it in the Pyramid Park program, it's hidden, and I don't think it should. If you're going to have 2 sculptures, you can move it around a little bit. The bench, you're going to have 4 elements of a bench for Mora Park. Again, I think adding a little bit of seeing that closer to the street, you can spread it around a little bit. So those are my concerns, that we need to review where we're going to put stuff so that people can enjoy it. I mean, if you're on a bicycle, you're not going to necessarily go through a park, but you can still enjoy it walking through. So I'd rather put some art where more people can see it and still enjoy it. So that's my initial thoughts right now.
We'll move on to Councilmember Matichek.
Thank you. So I think I agree with some of the comments that Councilmember McAllister just made. I actually, for Pyramid Park, prefer the locations in the circle and at the corner that were in the material that we were provided versus what was shown tonight. I did look at those and appreciated that those areas would be, I think, very visible, especially the area that is in the middle of the play areas, that circle there. So I think we need to go back to what was shown in attachment 2 for Pyramid Park. I think I have a sort of a different definition, maybe of functional art. I think the bench at Mora Park is functional art, but the art for Pyramid Park didn't seem very functional to me. It seemed more like cobbling together a standalone piece with a bench. And I was looking for something more integrated, like at the Mora Park bench. But if folks are okay with that, I'm not going to go to the ends of the earth here to change your minds. I do think we need to look at diversity throughout the city and not just between two parks that happen to be looked at the same time. The art that is being recommended for Pyramid Park reminds me, at least one of the items reminds me of what we have already out at the Bay Trail at the end of San Antonio Road, where we have the birds basically on poles. And so I was looking for something that was more diverse than that. So I'm not totally crazy about the selection for Pyramid Park, but I'm fine with the one for Mora Park. And I definitely am supportive of the 2% option. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez?
Mr. Mayor, so I'm also supportive of the 2% alternative. I think a lot of good concerns and ideas have come up, and they probably won't be resolved in the context of this item. But I think during the public art strategy discussion, we'll have a very good opportunity to ensure a diversity of artwork and maybe some broad parameters on the type of art we want to see, maybe even where it would be located. But I would sort of reserve my comments on those aspects for that discussion. I profess no expertise in visual art at all, and I'll leave it to VAC and to staff to discern the best locations. I think you can make a compelling case for what Councilmember McAllister is advocating for, and for what you heard from the chair. So I'm really agnostic on the location, but I do support the alternatives for each park, and to speak to concern from the emailer. Fortunately, these are restricted funds. This isn't a source of funding that would be able to benefit. As we were discussing in the previous item, those who were impacted by COVID. So, appreciating the nature of the funding source, the opportunity to fund the 2% alternatives within the existing budget, I'd be comfortable proceeding for both parts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks next.
You're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. It's a two-step process for me, and I didn't hit it the second time. So I have problems thinking about the location because the pictures that we're seeing don't show height very well. So although I'm interested in some of the same locations that other council members have mentioned. I think you get more of a feel for it when you're actually there, so I would like to make those maybe advisory and otherwise keep the location up to kind of what we were saying earlier about trusting CSA, trusting the artist, to maybe take some advice from us, but also look around and see how does the location fit in terms of using the bench, and how does it fit in terms of heights of things that we can't see very well in the diagram. And that's my only comment.
Thank you. Any other members, council members? Comments? I'll just add my comments. I support the 2% budget, and I actually do agree with Councilmember Medichek. However, the Mora Park, the benches, I think are great, but we do have a lot of birds. We have not only the ones in San Antonio, which Councilman Medichek mentioned, but even our fire station has the flaming geese of Rome, or I forget Italian city. But so I would actually be interested in seeing something different for that park. So if there's interest in revisiting the art for Pyramid, I'd be interested in that. Councilmember Clark.
Well, I'm also okay with the 2%, and I'm fine with the proposal for the Mora Park bench as is. I think that's functional, and I think it should be sort of in the middle and usable by the folks who are there, because it is functional. And I understand the desire to have it a little bit more visible, maybe to folks outside the park, but I think in that case, it's a functional element, and it should be generally where the VAC recommended. For Pyramid Park, I think the elements that I would see as duplicative are sort of the optional elements that would come from the additional 2%, as opposed to the primary sort of magic birds art sculpture, which I also understand is sort of similar, but I don't think it's quite as similar as the columns that would come with the 2%. So anyway, that's a long way of saying I'm supportive of the 2%. Like Councilmember Ramirez, this is not my area of expertise. My grandmother had an owl on the wall in a room in her house. I was absolutely terrified of it and refused to go into that room, so I'm biased. But I generally, I would be fine supporting the recommendation of the VAC. This isn't my area of expertise, but if we do want to take it, if someone, I think it was Councilmember Hicks maybe, or Councilmember Ramirez, suggested maybe taking under advisement that, actually it's Councilmember Hicks, looking at sort of the height of, especially Pyramid Park, looking at the height of those elements and sort of basing a location ultimately on how the artists and the VAC see that, and sort of delegating that decision to them. I'd be okay with that.
Thank you. Councilmember Medichek?
Thank you. So I'll make a motion that we approve the Angelina Duckett mosaic bench for Mora Park, project 17-46, in the amount of $20,000. So that's the larger bench. And then for Pyramid Park, my motion would be that we take a look at the other submissions for that park to see if there's something other than birds that we could have there. I don't necessarily want to go out to bid again, but I'd like to see if there's something other than birds of what was submitted. So I would ask, the second part of the motion would be that the other submissions for Pyramid Park come back to us so we can see if there's something other than birds.
Thank you. So there's a motion. Is there a second? I see Vice Mayor second. And do you want to speak to that, Vice Mayor?
No, I'm comfortable with the second. Everyone's made their comments. I was going to, but since Councilmember Matichak made a motion, I'm happy to second it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, is Jesse still on the line? I have a question for him. Or
yes, he is.
So what?
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Jeff. So what did you see, and what made you made the VAC pick these particular pieces of art?
Okay. So these are the top 2 vote getters from our list. Let me take a look at the next one. So the next option, coming in 3rd place, was a cow bike rack. It's kind of a metal arch that you can just walk your bike to, and in the middle of that, there's a big 2D cow hanging. And I thought that was cool. Some people had concerns that it was. I think some VAC members just didn't necessarily like the cow, but that could be changed to a different animal. And it was still the 3rd vote getter. So, we liked it. We just didn't like it as much as these top 2 things. And that could probably be changed relatively easily to some other animal or shape in the middle.
I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you. It's hard for us to see, know what.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe Tiffany could get this up on the screen.
Yeah, let me share my screen with you again. I thought I have more backup slides.
I was actually going to ask if Councilmember Matichak, your motion, is it to bring back all of the other options for side? Do you want the VAC to pick an alternative? If you could elaborate on your motion, that would be helpful.
So I had said they come back to council for consideration, but I'm also open to saying the VCA take our input from this meeting and come back to us with an alternative to the bird for Pyramid Park.
So if I could just add, so for Pyramid Park, the VAC actually was liked both Angelina Duckett and Adrian Lynn. So it was the selection process for the VAC actually could have been back and forth between the 2 parks, and the cow that you see in the lower left hand side, that was 3rd. That came in 3rd for Mora Park, but for Pyramid Park, what came in 3rd was another set of sculptures. This one was over the budget. This one is $50,000, but these were pre-made, and Jesse, feel free to chime in. But from the conversations the VAC had, these were already prefabricated and not necessarily original.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure if you can still hear me, but yeah, those are just existing sculptures. Sorry, I got my charts mixed up earlier. That's why I told you the cow. So we got 2 parks we're dealing with, so it's a little tricky. But yeah, the number 3 for Pyramid Park, we had some pre-existing sculptures the artist had that they were not designed for this park, whereas the other submissions were. And when we can, we like to get site-specific artwork, something that was actually made to fit in this particular place and complement it and work with it. And it seemed like this 3rd place artwork was just kind of like, hey, this artist has a bunch of sculptures around and he's trying to sell them, and they don't necessarily fit with the theme of the park, or they're not made for it. And another concern that was raised with these was about the safety of the sculptures. There was a concern, if I remember right, that Public Works shared, because they were designed as climbing structures with children, but they are not, I guess, safety approved or made with, they don't meet all those qualifications from a legal point of view. So we would either have to put up a sign saying, don't climb this, or you're going to get hurt, or do something like that to make it inaccessible, which would be kind of sad.
Hey, Jesse, I got a question on the magic birds. So that is that the wind would blow it around, or that they're moving items?
Yeah.
Correct.
That's right. With the magic birds, that is a kinetic sculpture. The wind moves it around. And then the other sculpture with the owl and the other bird on it, that is one sculpture with a bench on the bottom. I know the picture is confusing. Everyone on the visual arts committee was confused as well at first from that diagram, but it's trying to show front and back of the sculpture, and there's actually two birds on top of a single pillar.
Okay, so this question goes back to staff then. And Ray, you're still on the line. If the magic birds is supposed to have wind to make it interact to fully appreciate it, by putting it in the trees, would you prevent the sculpture from actually doing what it was designed to do?
Yeah, Ray's here, and yes, that we would take that into consideration where we place it.
I understand. So my comment on the motion is Mora Park's fine. I could see going with the magic birds, but I'd be open for discussion on the shoreline wonders. I like the fact that maybe she could put something other than birds, but I like seeing something that's wind mobile. It's a multi-purpose piece of art, and maybe we could get Magic Bird and some benches from the other lady to go over to Pyramid Park, so she could do 2 sites and Magic Birds be 1. So right now I can't support the motion because I'd like to see a little more. I sort of like one, but I could see part of the other one opening up. And again, I sort of like we have a committee. We appoint them, so we got to give them the latitude to determine what's appropriate. And so those are my thoughts right now.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Clark.
Oh, sorry, that was up from it was up from a question, but I think the question was answered. But I generally agree with Councilmember McAllister. I'm not sure I jettisoned the Magic Birds piece, but maybe there's some flexibility to bring back, under the 2% budget, something different. I was personally surprised that there weren't more like pyramid elements there, but maybe the VAC thought those were too boring, or something, or maybe they just weren't original or specific. But anyway, I'd be flexible in sort of what the second piece of the Pyramid Park, like Councilmember McAllister, what the second option for Pyramid Park would be aside from just the Magic Bird.
Thank you. So to Councilmember Hicks.
Okay, I think I'm going to say exactly the opposite. So I really appreciate looking at all the different options, but when I do look at them, I feel like the VAC made the right decision, that the quality of and I do get the sort of repetitive bird thing, but I think the quality of the Magic Bird sculpture is higher than the other options. The second choice, I didn't mind, but when I hear the problems, that you might have to put up signs saying don't climb on these and so forth, it leads me right back to what the VAC's choice was. So that's what and the ones further down the line I was not that interested in. So I think that the VAC made the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for staff or for Jesse. Is there any leeway, so just as you described it was a bike rack, that the cow could be some other animal or shape. is there any flexibility to have different animals or some other components to the recommended artwork for Pyramid Park? Do they have to be birds, or could it be something else?
It could be something else. It could be other animals. The artist is willing to work with us.
Okay, then if maybe as a potential friendly amendment, we can advance some of the second or third place artwork consideration, but to advance this as well, and then engage in the dialogue with the artist to see if there's a willingness to explore a different animal or incorporate some other features that would differentiate this efficiently from the existing artwork. Would you be comfortable with that?
So now that I've seen the other submissions, I sort of agree with some of the comments Councilmember Hicks made. I also like the second choice, but I hear the concerns about safety. So I really don't want to go out to bid again. So I think we do need to work with what we've got here. I would absolutely prefer something other than birds. So were you suggesting that we work with the artist that did Shoreline Wonders to do something other than those birds?
Yeah, I think that'd be at least asking the question to see if that's possible, and then I don't know if we want to provide input on what that might be, but I don't want to delay the full project, while we secure the artwork. So if there's an opportunity to explore some alternatives for birds.
I think there's all kinds of other things it could be. I don't think it has to be animals. I think it could be, I don't know, if we're in the center of Silicon Valley here, there's all kinds of tech stuff that could go on that pole. And I guess I'll live with the birds. In the other one, I keep on covering up the names of these magic birds. I really couldn't tell what some of the submissions were on that other page, but it sounds like we're kind of coming around to these. And so, I'll modify the motion. I'll keep the first part of it the same, and the second would be we do go with the Adrian Litzman magic bird, and then we work with that artist to change what's on the top of the Shoreline Wonders. But it would be a budget of, I guess we could do 2%, because we don't really know what that might cost if we change the birds to something else. So $60,000, up to $60,000.
Seconder of the motion agree to the changes? I think it was Vice Mayor.
Yes.
It's just further comment. Do you have other comments, Councilmember Medichek? Can you unmute yourself?
Sorry. No, I don't have any other comments. After all that.
So I support the motion, the modified motion. I think there are other things we could put on the tops, and if not animals, we could probably come up with even plants or other shoreline wonders was what I was thinking. And I was thinking we also had the chickens at Wyandotte, which is another type of bird. So it would be nice to get away from the bird theme on this one. So I can support that. And I have one more hand, Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I thank you for Councilmember Matichek for modifying. I can support the motion, but if we're going to go back to the second sculpture, does it have to be an animal, or it could just be free form? It could be just an expression of design, could be a sculpture of some kind, or it could be something pioneer type. But if we're going to change it, maybe we could expand the box of, let's say, it has to be a bird or an animal or anything. It just could be just a sculpture that celebrates the wind or something, or mountains. It could be a mountain sculpture, mountain view. So, but I'll leave that up to the VAC. But yes, I support the motion.
Yeah, I think I said it doesn't have to be birds or something like that. I was suggesting even something to do with technology, which is not an animal. So I'm open to something on top or completely redesigning the thing itself.
Great. All right. Any other comments? Any other discussion? If not, we'll take a roll call vote, please. City Clerk?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
The motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 9, Council Staff Committee Reports. Are there any council members wishing to speak? Yes, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try and keep it very brief. We received some correspondence about what the term is, basically a pedestrian signal that you wouldn't need, a no-touch pedestrian signal, I think, which was an idea to, prevent the spread of COVID. And I think there was also, I can't remember if this was part of the same letter, but the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition sent some additional recommendations related to bicycle and pedestrian safety and some other options that the city of Mountain View may want to explore. There is some reference to Oakland or some other cities. I wanted to see if staff had received those as well, and whether you're looking at those kinds of opportunities or technologies. Is that something that we can consider?
Yeah, so I can take that question. Staff did receive that letter, and I've connected with Public Works Director Dawn Cameron. Looks like she dropped off the call. They are looking into some of those suggestions. I will say for the stoplights that are those that you don't have to press, they automatically change. There are some considerations with that. That's not an easy feat. It's not easy to do. So they are just looking at the feasibility of that along with some of the other suggestions. But at this point, there's nothing concrete that I have to bring back as a recommendation. But yes, they are looking into those suggestions.
Thank you. And then does staff have an update on when the small landlord relief program will be available? I've gotten some interest in that, and I wanted to refer to folks who contacted me, to the appropriate, contact or website.
Sure. Yes. Hopefully, it will be rolled out next week. We do have an email that people can send their interest to this email address, and it's not on the top of my head right now. I did present it in my PowerPoint and one of the slides. That will be posted online. It's also on our small business resource page, the email that folks can send their information to if they want to get on the interest list. But hopefully next week it will be rolled out. Staff's been working on this daily with the Los Altos Community Foundation and with Main Street Launch. They are the micro lender that we will be working with. So they're just figuring out all those program parameters and the contract piece. But we are expecting next week.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to get on my soap opera about smart cities and the need to put infrastructure in for fiber and broadband. Today this is a great example of everybody at home working on their computers and multiple families, that this is a necessity after looking at what's taking place, that we could be looking at the future of Mountain View. It's that people will be working from their homes, so they will need their access. Right now, there is a concern with the school district that there's an area around Castro School where people aren't able to get complete broadband, and so the students are having trouble since they're studying at home. So who knows where the future of that's going to go. We've had people where there's 2 people in one home trying to compete for the broadband, and it's just not there. So as we move forward, please start considering that infrastructure we build today for the future, that we will be prepared more than any other city to take care of the needs of our residents and for our businesses. It's an economic and a decision and for the residents, to the quality of life, to Councilmember Matichek, that it is a quality of life being able to have easy access and having the broadband width to do what you need to do so in the future. So this crisis does bring out opportunities to us to evaluate things. So moving forward, so when Smart City comes up or things along those particular lines, I will be championing it again, and I appreciate you guys considering that, looking at this whole crisis for many different reasons, to look at what's best that we can do. So those are some thoughts that I have for now. And again, I thank my council members for being so compassionate and reaching out and taking care of the residents of Mountain View, to staff for hanging in there, and having the city manager phone in one hand and a child in the other, and we're all doing that. And so it's proud to be a council member of this city. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichek.
And just one thing, I attended the meeting of the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority, which is the emergency communication system throughout the county. And nothing major to report except the executive director is planning on retiring. So if you know anybody who's interested in being the executive director, we're looking. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other members? If not, I wanted to report out from the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board meeting we had last week. A few items. First one, twice a year, PG&E comes out with new rates, and it's around by May 1st is when we get their rates, and then we have to decide what our rates are in terms of the generation piece. And our policy has been to be lower than PG&E by at least 1%. We decided or voted to maintain a 4% discount compared to PG&E's generation service rate, despite their cost increases. Keeping the 4% discount to the customer will result in annualized savings of $18 million to the FCCE customer base, while still providing 100% carbon-free energy. Number two, we also, out of the reserves that we are generating, we set aside $10 million for programs to address customer relief and community resiliency in response to COVID-19. Programs will provide assistance to financially vulnerable customers, so we're talking about assistance, financial aid for payments for their electricity bills, workforce development, and increased community resilience through a grant program to member agencies such as our city, if we're looking at putting in some resiliency projects within our city operations. Our staff will bring specific programs to the board in May. And finally, we approved a 15-year contract with Rabbit Brush LLC, a large solar developer, to provide 40 megawatts of solar photovoltaic supply with 8 megawatts of energy storage. This resource will serve approximately 3% of FCCE customer demand. And that's all I have. Anyone else? Any staff members? If not, we'll move on to closed session report. City Attorney, do we have a closed session report?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Mayor. Earlier this evening, the council met in closed session on item 2.2 to to discuss the case Altman et al. Versus County of Santa Clara et al. That's case number 520-CV02180. And the council authorized the city attorney to defend the case and enter into a joint defense agreement with other Santa Clara County defendants. And that is my announcement.
Great. Thank you very much. So we will now stand adjourned to the next meeting. Actually, what is it? We adjourn at 10:50, and so the next City Council meeting, which is scheduled to be held on Tuesday, April 21st, 2020, at 5:15 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for your patience with the technology here, and please stay safe and healthy, and we will see you next week. Good night.